farming practices with our established natural organic farming and also conventional farming practices. That was given in the mode of project. It was given to all the agroclimatic zones, to all the universities, with all multidisciplinary scientists. They were made suggested to go with the senior scientists who are expertised in different faculty members, and that's how the initiation on natural farming research was taken place at Karnataka in all the state agricultural universities. Then the announcement by Honorable Finance Minister, that history also you know, in the budget speech on promoting natural farming. Okay. The statement of Nirmala Sitharaman was, we shall go back to basics on one count, zero budget farming. That was announced, and the initiation on natural farming is further aggravated. Our Prime Minister, Honorable Modi, appeals to farmers to cut down the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. He appealed to the farmers, wherever is possible, try to cut down the usage of fertilizers and pesticides. Indirectly is proposed to adopt the natural farming practice. Then May 2020, Norman Krida collaborative project on adoption of natural farming and its effect on crop yield and farmers' livelihood in India. In collaboration, the studies was written. See some of the results of it. National level consultation on BTP, natural farming and other things. Movement. So meeting on natural farming, it was discussed the steps to be taken up. Report launched, but can the zero budget natural farming save input cost? That was the question. So, subsidies that are being given to the fertilizers, you know, lot of subsidies are given. Just for example, for DAP fertilizer itself, 1 ton, government is giving how much subsidy? 1 ton of DAP. Can anyone answer? What is the subsidy given for? 50,000 rupees subsidies per ton. And also, last 2 years back, DAP prices escalated almost double. If the fertilizer cost is enhanced, again they will go to loss and they may not use the fertilizer. That's why they kept.
And the same for the selling to the farmers, but that subsidy is given by the government to the fertilizer manufacturers. That was the case. That's why how best we can reduce the consumption of fertilizers. That was the thinking. Then to see, so they have taken the stock of wherever the natural farming movement is being taken place. So one of the state is leading the natural farming again through polycar suggestions only, Andhra Pradesh. Yesterday I mentioned almost this year there were 8 lakh farmers enrolled in the natural farming. Their study, it's a summary, it reveals that to cultivate rice, you can see the figure, farmers spend 5,900 rupees per acre on chemical inputs in the form of fertilizers or pesticides, but under natural farming, whatever the practices that are adopted by the farmers, they can spend only 846 rupees. You can work out the percentage of saving here. Almost 80% cost is saved, okay, per acre on the natural inputs. Similarly, for maize crop, it's only 503 rupees per acre, the required cost under natural farming, as against 7,500 per acre for the chemical inputs in the conventional farming practices. Similarly, for groundnut, 1,180 conventional practices versus 780. Similarly, rice, maize, okay. So they showed that, you can see here, the ZB is supposed to use any of the chemical fertilizers. In groundnut farmers, you can see almost 70% of the urea and 91% of the DAP can be saved. That was the summary of the studies that are taken in Andhra Pradesh. Okay, then high-level roundtable on agroecology and natural farming. So natural farming offers a potential pathway out of the agriculture crisis in India, because it is going to give answers to all these things. India, high input cost, fragile production systems, excessive and often polluting inputs, and farmer indebtedness. All these can be overcome by the natural farming. That's the potentiality of the natural farming. Then natural farming can help us build back better. So rejuvenating the soil health, etc. Okay, not just by making agriculture both resilient and productive, but also by providing new green jobs and improving the quality of food and ecosystem services. They are not thinking only in view of reducing the inputs in the form of synthetic fertilizers or pesticides, but it's also giving generation of employment to the farmers or farm youths, that too they and ecosystem services. It's all interlinked, environmental, pollution and other things. So NARM, IDA collaborative project on adoption of natural farming and its effect on crop yield and farmers' livelihood in India. The results show crop yield in natural farming is not higher compared to conventional farming. So what is the conclusion? Natural farming is not to aim at higher productivity or enhancing the productivity, but reducing the cost of cultivation. Okay? So compared to however, when supplemented with farmland manure or Jivamogga, the yield improves significantly. Apart from practicing only the natural farming practices, whatever is there, Bijamrita, Jivamrita and other practices, if it is supported with some organic manures either in the form of farmland manure that we are coining nowadays as intensive natural farming, integrating some of the organic farming practices in natural farming. If you adopt it, whatever the yield reductions is there, that can be overcome. That's the conclusion. That's the study done by NARM. Due to substantial reduction in input costs in natural farming as compared to conventional farming, a significant reduction in the cost of cultivation of all the crops is also recorded. So they studied across the states and this is the conclusion. So not only is going to increase the yield, but substantial amount is saved in cost of cultivation in terms of inputs used in the agriculture practices. This results into better profitability. If you work out benefit cost ratio, now what is the benefit cost ratio? Expenditure or cost of cultivation by the returns, gross returns, is it not? Therefore, that will be better when we compared with conventional farming practices. So, natural farming may not be looked at as a yield enhancing practice. Initially, you should not think that natural farming is to aim at higher yield or is the technology to enhance the productivity. It's not that. However, it definitely increases farmers' income through the cost reduction. So, natural farming is aiming at profitability by reducing the cost of cultivation. That's the conclusion. The benefits are manifold, ranging from less cost of cultivation, better quality and taste to premium price. However, whatever the yield, still a farmers can be encouraged or he will get benefit if the produce is supported with premium price. Okay, because of the safer food or quality food or better food, whatever you can say. That was the conclusion. Then national level consultation on BPKP natural farming. Again, it's usage of inputs available in the farm. There is no external inputs to be purchased. Support quality agriculture commodities, improves the livelihood of the farmers and socio-economic sustainable farming practice. That's the overall conclusion. Then long-term benefits of ground level implementation on soil health, cost of production, environment, biodiversity and production and quality of produce. This is most concerned. Not the short term, you should not look into the short term benefits. Okay, overall if this practice is adopted, there will be long term benefits through these natural farming practices. So that's our lecture series on natural farming. Online lectures was also held. I also participated virtually. That's organized by Niti Aayog. Then convert small scale farming into comparative advantage. Okay. Then land and farm labor productivities can be increased not through few large monoproductions. So one of the author, he concluded that it's not for the monoculture crops like our rice wheat cropping system, sugarcane, maize, etc. It should be diversified cropping systems. You can see such as rice, wheat, sugarcane and with costly industrial inputs. No, for all these crops we need hybrid seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, fossil fuel energies, etc. But in natural farming, we can substitute all those things through the specific agro-ecosystem, boosting biological synergies below and above the ground. All these things will be substituted with the available inputs with the farmers. So ultimately, to rejuvenate the denuded land through natural farming, there are evidences also shows that whatever the degraded lands are there, that can be improved by adopting natural farming practices within 1 or 2 years also. Rejuvenation is possible. So in 21, meeting with the Ministry of Rural Development, they also initiated pilot studies at all the states, okay, major states, whatever is mentioned. Then national workshop on innovative agriculture and release of compendium of success stories of natural farming. I also submitted about 16 success stories of farmers who adopted natural farming in Karnataka. Similarly, our each agroclimatic zone, they have given the success stories of the farmers who adopted it, and that is released in the form of compendium, updating what are the crops they are raising, what are the practices they are doing, and how they are getting the yield, and also what are the benefits of natural farming. Individual stories of the farmers is recorded in short, and it is also given. Almost 110 success stories are released in this compendium. That's all about the government encouragement towards the natural farming. And ultimately, you know, there are four wheels of natural farming. That's one is Bijamrut, okay? That's treating the seeds with concoctions that is prepared out of, what is that? Cow dung and cow urine, right? It acts as an antifungal and also antibacterial agent. Not only that, if we pathologists are here, I think, if we use any of the fungicides, what is the role of it? They will act as anti-fungicides or bactericide. But if you use Bijamrut, Bijamrut will act as stimulant, biostimulant, because cow urine is also having some hormones, that gibberellins, that enhances the germination percentage and also vigor of the crop. That's the role of Bijamrut. Then Jivamrut, again it is prepared by using cow dung, cow urine. Of course, jaggery and pulse flour is added here to supplement the energy and also protein source. That's the second pillar we say. Then mulching is the third pillar. So mulching means 12 months of the year the soil should be covered with either crop residue mulch, live mulch or any other companion crops, etc. Then if you follow these three pillars, the fourth wheel will automatically generates in the soil. WAFSA means that's the aeration, balance between the soil moisture and air in the soil. There will be improvement in the physical properties of the soil, that's called WAFSA. There will be, as we studied in the soil science basic courses itself, there should be a balance between soil, water and soil air. That will take place. We'll see later what is the role of Jivamrut and other things. And ultimately, you can see here the pest or plant protection is being taken through Neemastra, Brahmastra, Dashparni, Shuntiastra, Agniastra. So Neemastra is used for controlling the sucking pests in the initial stage of the crop. Then Agniastra is used as defoliators to control the most of the lepidopteran insects, those who are damaging the foliage of the crops. Similarly, Brahmastra is also used for against the defoliators. Dashparni is used for pod borers, and these Shuntiastra, sour buttermilk, are used to control the diseases. So that's the single slide will explain the inputs that are required for natural farming. So important practices, these are the four wheels. So natural farming practice aims at restoring soil health, maintenance of diversity, it may be crop diversity, biological diversity and other things, ensure animal welfare, stress on efficient use of natural or local resources and promote ecological fairness. That's the overall definition we can say in the different forms. Natural farming is an ecological farming approach where farming system works with natural biodiversity, encouraging the soil's biological activity and managing the complexity of living organism, both plant and animal, to thrive along with food production systems. So, important practices that are essential for adoption of natural farming is, first of all, no external inputs. You should not buy anything from outside. As far as possible, farmer has to generate his requirement. Local seeds, the seeds which are suitable for the locality, for the soil, local varieties, of course, varieties that can be multiplied by themselves. So it indirectly says that hybrids are prohibited because he cannot do the hybrid seed production himself. Varieties is permitted. On-farm produced microbial formulations for seed treatment. As I mentioned, one of the on-farm preparation that can be done by the farmer is Bijamrut. Here I will compare with our organic, because I am there in the organic farming institute. We recommend to use several types of biofertilizers: Rhizobium, PSB, Leonard, KSB, zinc solubilizing bacteria, NPK consortia, VAM mycorrhiza, etc. Again, farmer has to depend on outside inputs. He has to purchase either from the market or from the institute. Whereas in Bijamrut preparation, he needs only one desi cow, its dung and urine. One thing. On-farm made microbial inoculants, that's already mentioned, that's the second wheel that are there in the desi cow dung in large numbers, and that will be applied to the soil at the rate of 200 liters per acre per time. That's again every 15 days or 2 weeks or 3 weeks once in the crop, so that enormous microbial inoculants will be added to the soil. Cover crops and mulching with green and dry organic matter for nutrient recycling and for creating a suitable microclimate for maximum beneficial microbial activity in the soil. So once if you do the mulching, it covers the surface of the soil. Partially it starts decomposing. There you are going to apply the Jivamrut. So Jivamrut, again, the microbes which are present in the Jivamrut is also escalating the rate of decomposition of the organic matter. Then it also acts as substrate to the microbes that are added through the Jivamrut. At the same time, when we add the Jivamrut, the earthworm population will also regenerate in the soil. Local earthworms, they will develop, and this mulching material will also act as a food material for the earthworm. Thereby the soil, what we can say, the soil health or liveliness is enhanced. Mixed cropping, that is mixed cropping not only with respect to crop. I already mentioned in the definition itself, the natural farming should be mixed with perennial trees. Okay, perennial trees, either a fruit tree or a vegetable tree like drumstick, mango, sapota, whatever is convenient to him, it can be planted. Managing diversity on farm through integration of trees. Okay, that's most important. Natural farming, you should not go with monocropping. Thus, farm model should be inculcated with the perennial trees. Management of pests through diversity and local on-farm made botanical concoctions. Agronomically, we mentioned several times, if you go for mixed cropping or strip cropping, it is going to distract the pest load or pest movement, etc. Likewise, diversification of the crops will help to maintain the pest balance, and also some of the crops will encourage the beneficial insects. That's how there will be a creation of balance between the pests and predators. So of course botanical concoctions are used, as I mentioned in the first slide, previous slide. Neemastra, Agnestra, Neemark, Dashparni, etc. are used to control the pests. Integration of livestock, especially of native breed, for cow dung and cow urine as essential input for several practices, and also water and moisture conservation. How can you expect water and moisture conservation in this practice? When you use the mulching, it will act as a harvester of the rain water. Whatever the rain's water is received, it will not allow to run off from the field. And if it is coupled with earthworm activities, burrowing nature, it helps to infiltrate the soil in situ. So in situ moisture conservation will be enhanced with these practices. That's how water and moisture conservation is also taking place. So of course these are some of the aims and objectives. Preserve natural flora and fauna. So yesterday also I mentioned a lot of traditional varieties being vanished. That will be farmer can go for diversified crops and varieties, restore soil health, maintain diversity in crop production promote natural beneficial insects and microbes. So it's the diversity is not only with respect to crops, it's also it diversify the insect load, pest load, animals and also microbes, promotion of local breeds, use of natural or local resource based inputs, reduce input cost, improve economics of the farmers. That's the objectives of the natural farm. Of course, definitions I already mentioned. Some of the experience, of course, Japanese method I will touch here. The natural farming is also linked with our sustainable development goals. In last 2 years, these are being discussed at every national conferences, sustainable goals. How the natural farming is linked to sustainable goals. You can see natural farming practices, socio-economic environment friendly farming will support in achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals by the year 2030. In another 5 or 6 years, if you adopt natural farming practices, how it is going to helpful? You can see that agroecological practices like natural farming being cost effective and ecologically compatible alternative would be an enabler in achieving the sustainable development goals. First, farmers' sustainability. It's supporting to the income, okay, by adopting the natural farming. It's going to achieve one by one, reducing the input costs. They can ensure better income and financial stability. That's one of the goal of sustainability, which would be in turn help alleviate poverty, bring in gender equality and ensure sustainable production and consumption patterns. Okay, one thing. This method would ensure food security and zero hunger, because first we propose the farmer to grow whatever the food required for his family to sustain the family, thereby the food security will be ensured through better yield, diversity in cropping and access to a suitable nutritional sources and income generating crops throughout the year. It's not only food security, nutritional security also will be taken care with the natural farming practices. Then, water conserving and ecological preservation aspects of natural farming contribute to the availability and sustainable management of water reduction and also reduction in carbon dioxide emissions in various stages of agricultural value chain. Just one example is that as far as possible, the deep tillage is prohibited. Therefore, the fossil fuel consumption is reduced under natural farming practices. Moreover, when you use the mulching material, huge amount of mulching material on the soil, so it is going to sequester the carbon in the soil. That's how it's helpful in reduction in the carbon dioxide emission. That's one of the goals of sustainable goals. Then reduced use of chemical inputs in agriculture in turn would result in arrest of land degradation, reduced ocean acidification, marine pollution from land-based activities. That is through eutrophication, is it not? When you apply the fertilizers, that will go along with runoff water. Even in paddy fields we observe, and the farmer will apply fertilizer and flooding the water. That whatever the water soluble fertilizers are there, that's going through water and contaminating all the natural resources or natural source of water, surface water bodies. That can be prevented. Natural farming would ensure good health of farmers, consumers, and can contribute to the reduction of various diseases in the community. So whatever the adverse effects of the chemicals are there, that can be overcome if we adopt the natural farming. That's how the natural farming is also fulfilling some of the goals, sustainable goals. So source you can go through in detail with these publications also. That's all about the overview, and if you have any questions you can keep. I will continue with the results of our experiments. Shall I go ahead, or if you have any questions we'll discuss that. Yes.
What is about conversion period?
So almost 2 years
some of the crops we observed in 1 year itself. Okay. In organic farming we say 3 years, but here result of time in 1 year itself, because we are using huge amount of Shivamogga at every 15 days. You know, I show my experimental results also. 1 ml of Shivamogga is having almost 240 into 10 to the power of 5 microbes. It's almost million, 240 million. We are applying 200 liters per acre, and that will be applied at every 15 days, 21 days. Okay, so huge amount of microbial concoctions are added, and you can expect the conversion period within 1 year. That's also true. Yeah? Microbes? I will show with the result. All the what are the in especially pulse crops, you can expect the conversion within a year. But as per our organic farming principles, we say that 3 years are required for the
Okay. Yes. Yeah, of course, there are alternative sources also suggested. If a farmer is having sugarcane, you can use his own sugarcane juice as a, it's ultimately jaggery is supplied as an energy source for multiplication of the microbes. Okay? Or else, ripened banana, papaya, fruits can also be used for preparation of Jivamogga if jaggery is not there. Otherwise, yeah, diversification we say to grow even papaya and all the fruit trees in his farm. Whatever the ripened fruits are there, that can also be used. Or otherwise we say the chemical free jaggery, organic jaggery, that can be used as an energy source for the. Of course, these inputs he has to make his own arrangements. If not possible, invariably he has to buy. First preference is he has to make his own arrangements in the form of fruits or by growing some sugar cane on the watering canals or domestic usage of water, etc. Hardly, 2 kg jaggery, he needs 20 kg of sugar cane. 10% is the conversion that can be used. Yes. Minimum tillage, as far as you and I discussed with Prasanna sir. Sir, what about the tillage? Heavy plows, reversible plows are prohibited. Reversible tilting of the soil is prohibited, but minimum tillage essential for establishment of the crop, that can be done. Yes, bullock drawn, that's most preferred, because so that he can maintain the livestock. One bullock pair he can maintain, and the bullock drawns are preferred as far as minimizing the cost on tillage operations. Yes, of course. Some of the farm, it's the survey work, some average they have taken across the state, and some farmers they attempted to apply something. And in natural farming totally, because the fertilizers are prohibited, invariably the farmers who adopted 100% substitution will be there. And some farmers, why that 80-99% is came there, some of the farmers are keeping part of their land for conversion under natural farming, part of the land for conventional farmer practices. Many of the farmers I interviewed with some in the southern Karnataka, they started the natural farming in half an acre just to see the significance. After observing the improvement, changes under the natural farming, gradually they converted their land completely to the natural farming. That's how that variations will be there. Otherwise 100% substitute can be done. There is no scope for use of chemical fertilizers in natural farming. Yeah, the next source is the mulching material. Decomposed materials, it will add nutrients to the. That's what after looking after looking to our experimental results, all your answers will come over there. It's early, very early to discuss. Yeah? Yes. Even what I said, the soil which is not suitable for cultivation of the crops can be converted by adopting the natural farming practices because it is going to enhance the life of the soil. So that's how. Even when the activities are more, you can find some changes. Literature showed that even salt affected soils can also be converted under natural farming. It's highly suitable for plantation crops because if you adopt it in the, that's what yesterday our Vice Chancellor was also stressing. Shivamogga is having huge areca nut gardens where there is no need of cultivation at all. It's also grown in 8 or 9 foot distance and mulching practices, and there only you can adopt some intercrops, pulses or any other spice crops. It's areca or any plantation crops are highly suitable for natural farming. That's how in Himachal Pradesh 2 lakh acres is converted to natural farming, particularly apple. And I heard the story of successful of natural farming adoption in Himachal Pradesh from one of the Deputy Director of Agriculture who came to manage Hyderabad. He says that 16 to 20 number of times pesticides are sprayed to control the mites and pests of the apple in the conventional practices. Whereas by adopting the natural farming practices, that pesticide consumption is drastically reduced, and because of the creation of the diversity, the pest load is also less, and you can think of the residues in the apple, that much can be reduced. That's the significance. It's highly suitable for the. It's suitable to every climate as far as is concerned. Yeah, that's more suitable. Arid and semi-arid, where the water source itself is less, and rain-fed areas, it is going to conserve more moisture, and as well, it's more suitable. Of course, we are not studied as far as to improve the soil. Lime is also a natural source that can be added to bring the neutral. Yes, in organic farming we suggest to use the either gypsum or lime. Similarly, initially to build up or to bring the soil, especially in lateritic soils, high rainfall areas where the pH is acidic, that can be used. In natural farming as such studies are not done. If it is can be prepared with the farmer himself, then it can be permitted. Thing is that the principle, if you understand the principle, then you can go on what are the things that can be adapted. So as far as possible, there should not be any purchase of outside inputs, and also particularly synthetics, chemical in nature, that's prohibited. Yeah, that's permitted in organic farming. Prasanna Murthy sir, can you, it's also permitted under natural farming. Okay. The ultimately aim is to reduce the pesticide consumption or usage in the farming practices. Okay. Further
ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Right. So let us go for almost this topic is going to cover whatever the research findings. Right, right. We'll see some of the basic aspects and also things in natural farming. Natural farming, there are several terminologies. Okay. It's a cow-based farming system that doesn't involve any external chemical or organic fertilizers. It is known by various names as we discussed from yesterday: zero budget natural farming, prakritik krishi, cow-based natural farming, shashwant kheti, chemical free agriculture, etc. Then Government of India is promoting natural farming through a scheme named BPKP. Then benefits of natural farming, as I so far mentioned, that is highlighted here: reduced cost of cultivation, reduces water requirement of the crops, climate change resilient, reduces risk in farming, rejuvenation of farmlands, safe and healthy food for citizens, utilizing the available cattle. That's the desi cow as valuable resource, helps in arresting growing for fertilizer and reduce subsidy burden. Those are all the objectives or benefits of the natural farming. And whatever I mentioned so far, it is covered in this circle. Principles of natural farming. It started with microbial seed treatment. That's the Bijamrut. Is it not? Local seed, use of local varieties, mixed cropping, integration of trees into the farm. Okay? Water and moisture conservation. No external inputs, microbial inoculants for soil health. Okay, these are the principles. And 4 pillars I already explained: Bijamruta, Jivamruta, mulching, Vapsa. So in conclusion, as I mentioned, these are, will go in detail further. Why natural farming is important? You can see present day unstable market price. Farmers depend on loans, okay, for buying the external inputs. Cost of farming inputs is rapidly increasing day by day. Every input cost is raised. Demand for safe food increased among consumers because of the health consciousness. Economic survey has highlighted the ecological benefits of natural farming, and number of farmers suicide cases in growing continuously. So if they adopt natural farming, that also can be overcome. So I will come directly to the point, because these are all the things that are already explained to save the time. So many of the questions: why desi cow? Wherever I go, farmers will ask the question, why we should use only desi cow? Why not crossbred? Why not HF? Why not buffalo? So whatever the breeds which are there in our university farm, we used it. That is categorized into indigenous cows: Gir cow, Devani, Kilari, Malnad Gidda. Sorry, there is a spelling mistake. Crossbred cows, HF and Jersey, buffaloes, Dharwadi breed, Surti, and also Murra. Bullocks also, bullock, cow dung and urine is also used for analysis. Kilari, Allikar, and crossbred bullocks was also tested. If you see the general microflora and beneficial microflora in the dung of these breeds, you can see that yellow background. There is huge number of bacterial population is there in Gir and Malnad Gidda as compared to HF and Jersey. The population is more. Okay. Then in bullock, of course, Allikar breed is somewhat next to the cow. That's why desi cow is preferred. Then general fungi is also more in desi cow. Actinomycetes population is also more in desi cows. Then come to the beneficial microbes, that is grouped into N-fixers and p-stabilizing microbes. They are also more. The population is more
in case of desi cow as compared to crossbred. Why not crossbred? Will give the answer here. 25 versus 65, almost 3 times. Okay, the N fixers, PSMs also you can see 12 and 16 versus 25, 29. The beneficial microbes are more in case of desi cow. That's how it is preferred. Then the liquid and solid based formulations compared to the inputs, and also our traditional organic manures. You can see here cow dung, cow urine, bijamrut, Ganajivamrut. Among all these things, Ganajivamrut, most of the population, general microflora and also beneficial microflora is more in Ganajivamrut, because Ganajivamrut is a solid form of Jivamrut. Okay, therefore the first highest is there in Ganajivamrut. Next you can see in Jivamrut, bacterial population per ml is almost 10 to the power of 5 into 216, fungi, actinomycetes and also N fixers and PSMs. Next to Ganajivamrut, the population is more in Jivamrut. You can compare with FOM side by side. So bacterial population is FOM is 93 million as compared to 216. That's the vast variation between the Jivamrut and other things. Okay. Then you can also compare with vermicompost. Okay, vermicompost is better than farmyard manure, but Ganajivamrut is far better. Okay, and also you can compare with the inputs that are used for the preparation. That's how the Ganajivamrut and Jivamrut is of higher quality in terms of microbial populations. So, as I mentioned, Bijamrut, several people will ask, and of course you have the practicals also. The required thing for preparation of Bijamrut is only desi cow dung 5 kg, cow urine 5 liters, water 20 liters and 50 grams of lime to neutralize the pH. Only you have to tie the dung in the perforated cloth, soak it overnight, and it should be angled. The bottom should not touch to the bottom because the oozes should come to the solution. Okay. Then in the morning, mix the 5 liter of cow urine to that and add supernated lime water to neutralize the pH and use for the seed treatment. These are the different methods of seed treatment that we adopted, or sometimes we tried directly treating the seeds with Bijamrut, but that comes in contact with cow dung and that makes pellets. So it will not easily pass through the seed drill. Therefore, we used this method. The seeds are tied in onion bags, okay, that is immersed in water. The hard coat seeds are to be immersed for 8 to 10 minutes, whereas the thin seed coat like groundnut and soybean, Bijamrut has to be sprinkled on the surface of the seed and it should be shade dried before sowing. Here also after soaking, it should be shade dried and used for sowing. Okay, that's the Bijamrut. And also, what are it? The composition of this Bijamrut, you can see, it consists of all major nutrients, secondary nutrients and micronutrients. Apart from, it is also consisting of majority of the microbes, beneficial microorganisms, nitrogen fixers, phosphate solubilizing microorganisms, and general microflora. We don't know what are the microfloras which are there. In depth there is scope for study what are it contains. Okay, we don't know the role of that in enhancing the growth, germination, vigor of the crop. Okay, in general we can say that Bijamrut consists of all the nutrients that is required for germinating seed and beneficial microbes. Jivamrut, again the requirement is we need 200 liter barrel, water, dung, urine, 2 kg of jaggery, 2 kg of pulse floor, and also handful of native soil or the soil which are there on the bunds, okay? Or you can use soil of egna trees, below the egna trees. So preparation methods: just pour the water, make the slurry of the dung, mix all the things, whatever the slurry of pulse floor, jaggery, everything, and it has to be kept for 5 to 7 days. And again, number of days depends on the climatic conditions. In summer, Jivamrut will be ready in 3 or 4 days. Okay? In monsoon season, it will be ready. Maximum population, we studied the population from day 1, 3, alternative days, 5, 7, 9, up to 19th day. So we observed in monsoon season, the maximum population will be there on 7th day. It will be there up to 9th day, then the population will decline. And if it is in summer, the maximum population will reach on the 5th day itself. And peak will be there up to 7th day, then the population will decline. Whereas in winter season, that will take about 9th day onwards. The peak population will enhance, or the maximum population will be observed on 9th day. It all depends on the weather and temperature. Okay, that's how. Then this Jivamrut is applied on the soil. Okay, you can see. Yes, you can use any, because you will not get the fresh cow urine. You have to collect the cow urine. You have the habit of collecting the cow urine, whatever comes every day. During night hours, that channel will be blocked. It will be collected in a pond, that will be stored in a barrel, and that cow urine will be used. For Bijamrut, we suggest to go for fresh cow urine. For Jivamrut, you can use the stored cow urine. So this is the preparation methods, and the thing is that it should be stirred every day, 3 times, and covered with wet gunny cloth or gunny bags. Again, composition of Jivamrut. Again, it consists of all major, secondary and micronutrients, and also the bacteria, fungi, actinomycetes, nitrogen fixing and phosphorus fixing or solubilizing microbes. So these are the methods of application. If wide spaced crop is there, it can be applied to the base of the crop, like cotton. Okay. Row crops you can apply on the rows, or in the smothering crops or close spaced crops, it has to be sprinkled on the surface of the soil. So on an average 200 liters is required per acre. That is to be applied or every 15th day or once in 21 days. Ghana Jivamrut, if the water is scarce, as Madam mentioned, whatever the conditions in arid and semi-arid areas where the water is a problem, there they can go for Ghana Jivamrut. So here, instead of 10 kg, 100 kg Ghana Jivamrut, required quantity of cow urine to make it a duff, and jaggery and pulse floor is used, and small, these are the methods I have shown here about the preparation. Okay, that pulse floor is to be sprinkled on the surface of the dung. It has to be mixed thoroughly, like duff what we prepared for chapatis and etc. And it will be kept overnight by covering the wet gunny bags, and then it will be in the next day after 24 hours, we say, that should be made into small balls and kept in the shade. This takes about 21 to 30 days for converting into Ghana Jivamrut. You cannot use it immediately. Okay, all the things whatever will be there, the microbes has to multiply, and then it will be converted into almost spore forms. Okay, so after 30 days it can be made into powder, store in a cool place, okay, not exposing to the sunlight. Then you can use it as like a basal fertilizer dose or as a top dressing dose. Usually in our protocol they recommended 1000 kg Ghana Jivamrut per hectare. Okay, 500 kg is applied as basal dose and 500 kg as a top dressing. Corrector, corrector, corrector. So again, you can see the nutrient compositions. You can compare with vermicompost also. NPK 1.68%, N 0.56P, K 0.72. You can compare with our farmad manure. What is the NPK content in FOM? 0.5, 0.2, 0.5 on an average. So it's almost more than 3 times in N content, more than 3 times P content, and also K is almost 1.5 times. Even micronutrients are also there. Apart from that, huge number of microbes is there in Ganajivamrit. Particularly, these beneficial microorganisms are also more. So these are the methods, keeping overnight and application methods. And third is mulching. You know, agronomists know very well, soil mulch, live mulch, and also residue mulch. If no mulches are not possible, you can go for frequent intercultivation to break the cracks and also keep the soil moisture, conserving the soil moisture. Then in wider row spaced crops, you can intercrop with green manuring crops that can be chopped, and usually in our other practices what we say it should be incorporated into the soil. But here in natural farming you can keep it as a mulch at 45 days after the sowing. In situ green manuring crops can be used as mulch. Okay, that's the right side one. In wide spaced crops like red gram, cotton, or even in maize, you can go for intercropping with smothering crops, live mulching. Red gram we have gone for soybean, as it was one of the important crop in Dharwad, or else sole crops also. If pulses are there, that can be taken as a smothering crops in almost all the wide spaced crops, and also in plantation crops, leguminous crops can be taken as smothering crop. That will control weeds, and also surface mulching, live mulch it will act, and also lot of residues, leaf litters will be added back to the soil. Strip cropping is most suitable to prevent the pest movements and also interacting with agronomically advantages. You can go for strip cropping, that's nowadays with red gram, groundnut with red gram, etc. And farmers are also, natural farming practicing farmers feel. One of the farmer in Gadag district, he adopted horse gram groundnut sapota. You can see that groundnut is intercropped with horse gram, and also sapota is grown, and that's how the multiple cropping systems or diversification is adopted. In sugarcane based cropping system, our policy used to suggest 5-layer farming. What are those 5-layer farming? You can see sugarcane. There are 2 planting methods we studied. Field row planting, the population of sugarcane will be 100% there. Only we are shifting the row arrangements to accommodate the intercrops. Whereas wide row spacing, 50% of the sugarcane crop will be there. So how to accommodate? Onions are grown adjacent to the sugarcane. There will not be any competition, okay, for the sugarcane. Adjacent to that, you can go for cowpea, then chili and coriander. And also, he suggests that farmers should get income at every month. Starts with harvesting coriander for herb, leaf purpose at 1 month or 30-35 days. Then you can go for harvesting cowpea as a vegetable or as a grain at 60th day or 75th day. Then onion will come at 110 or 120 days, chili 150 to 180 days, and sugarcane year-long crop. Likewise, after harvesting especially, there is scope to take up the second set of intercrops after harvesting these crops. Even after 150 days or 160 days. There will be wide space between the crops, between the sugarcane lines. They can go for intercropping with other suitable crops. We tried even sequence after harvesting soybean, turmeric, and even chickpea, etc. So another input required is Saptadanya Kashayam. That's used as a growth hormone at the grain filling stage. So there will be 7 ingredients: sesame, green gram, black gram, moth bean, cowpea, chickpea, and wheat. Okay, 1 oil seed, 1 cereal, and 5 pulses. Okay, again cow urine required is 5 liter. You can see the picture. Allow the grains to germinate. Keep it for 2 to 3 days. After getting 1 centimeter length of germs that can be made into paste, okay, then it will be added to the cow urine and also soaked water, and it can be mixed with 200 liters of water. Keep it overnight, right, and use it as a foliar spray, particularly at grain filling stage. It enhances the grain quality, luster, and also grain filling. So these are the inputs required as a nutrient supplementation. Yes, it is common for all the crops. It's not specifications, okay, in all the crops. Then, as I mentioned, the pest control astras, any crops is also susceptible, or nowadays we are observing the pests also. Yes, I will come to the Brahmastra next. Neemastra, initially we need Neemastra. We follow a schedule of these applications. Neemastra is prepared by using neem leaves. Okay, you can see there the inputs required: desi cow dung 2 kg, cow urine 10 liters, neem leaves 10 kg. The neem leaves has to be made into paste, and that should be added to the water along with the cow dung slurry, and also add the urine. Keep it for 3 days. Every day it should be stirred. Okay. Then after 3rd day you can filter it and use on the crop directly. So it will helpful in controlling the almost all the sucking pests. No dilution, because already 200 liters is added. It is required per acre. Okay. This solution can be used per acre without any dilution. Brahmastra. Of course, 10 types of leaves are given. You can use any 5 types of leaves. Okay. Usually those which are having milky secretion or not consumed by the cattle, that can be treated. Neem leaves is common. Bitter gourd leaves, calotropis, castor leaves, guava, parthenium, pongamia, custard apple, lantana, okay, datura, pomegranate. Any 5 leaves that are available in this farm. Okay. Then the required thing is here: no water. Urine. Cow urine is required. In 20 liters of cow urine, this 2 kg each of these leaves is made into paste, and it should be boiled. Okay, 4 times. Again, it should be kept for 3 days. Okay, and every day it should be stirred. On 3rd day you can filter it and use as a foliar spray to control the defoliators. Okay, and Brahmastra acts as ovicidal. Like our some pesticides are also there. Profenofos, it acts as a ovicidal, and here also you can use this. Whenever you observe some pests or egg glazed on the crop leaves or tip of the crop, at that time this Brahmastra can be used. It can also be used as against defoliators, pod and fruit borers. Okay, several, but dosage is not direct here because it's a concentrated one, boiled in cow urine. Mix 6 liters of Brahmastra in 200 liters of water. That is the requirement. Then Agniastra is that also made into booklets, that's also given. Yeah. So Agniastra is another formulation, concoctions we can say. Again, it's also boiled in cow urine, but ingredients are garlic, that's a local garlic, pungent chili, tobacco, and 5 kg of neem leaves. Okay. Again, all these are made into paste and boiled in cow urine, kept for 3 days. Okay. Then it has to be stirred every day 3 times, and later it can be filtered and used. You can keep your questions at the end. So Agniastra used to control against defoliators, leaf rollers, particularly in rice and even in soybean also we observed leaf rollers, stem borers, fruit and pod borers. Again, dosage required here is also 6 liter per 200 liters of water. You can use it as a schedule so that it can repel, and initial stage itself it gets controlled. Dashparni. Again, Dasha means 10 types of leaves. So I have given almost 18 types of leaves and other things. You can use any 10 leaves here. And the preparation methods, it's a mixture of Brahmastra and Agniastra. All the ingredients that are used in Agniastra are so used here. Garlic, chili, tobacco, then neem leaves, 10 types of leaves, everything. And every leaf should be made into paste. Okay, that is most required. The contents of the leaves will be released to the solution when you made it into a paste. Okay, chili, garlic, and all things are added. Again, here it is dissolved in 200 liters of water, not in cow urine. In Brahmastra and Agniastra, we are boiling in the ingredients in the cow urine. Here it is dissolved in water, and that will be kept for almost 40 days. The thing is that every day it should be stirred for 3 times. Then after 40th day, it will be filtered, and that can be stored also and used as a pesticide. Dashparni acts as ovicidal and also useful to control against all defoliators and pod, stem and fruit borers. It's a multi-purpose. You can use it. Again, dosage is 6 liter per 200 liters of water. So all these ingredients is used for control of the pests of the crops. Then come to the disease controlling concoctions. Shunti Astra. Again, you have to take 2 liters of milk, dry ginger powder, preferably that milk is also desi cow milk, and it will be boiled separately. Take out the whatever the cream that comes out of the milk and mix both the things together in 200 liters of water, filter it and spray on the crop, and this is particularly used to control the fungal diseases and also bacterial disease of the crops. Next is sour buttermilk. If you keep the buttermilk for 5 days, okay, that will become a sour buttermilk, right? That can be used to control all the fungal and bacterial diseases. Again, 6 liters is required per acre. Kakulina Kashaya, that's available. The kakul, anybody knows what is kakul? The cow dung, it is available in the grazing land. When you allow the land, cattle to graze in the field, that old dung, that is also there will be conversions and there will be development of microbes in such cow dung. So that should be collected and used, and 5 kg of this cow dung made into powder and dissolved in water, and 200 liters of water will be used, and this should be dissolved and kept for fermentation for 3 days. After 3 days you can filter and use it as a anti-fungicide, okay, to control all the fungal and bacterial disease of the crops. And if it is not available, what our farmers are doing, Ganajivamrut is soaked and the supernatant liquid will be taken, and that is used as a spray to control the diseases. That's the preparation, okay, to control the and how the cost of these inputs are varied. You can see Bijamrut for preparation of 15 liters or the Bijamrut required per acre, just cost required is 0.75 rupees per liter. If the seed requirement is very less, you can require hardly 1 or 2 liters of Bijamrut. So in 75 paisa you can treat the seeds. Jivamrut per acre, the 200 liters, I consider all the input costs, cow dung, urine and also jaggery, flour, labor, everything. So 243 rupees, out of which if labor is himself a farmer, then you can be saved. But for the economics purpose, worked out. Similarly, Ganajivamrut 321 rupees per 70 kg. Means if you use 100 kg dung, ultimately you will get 70% of Ganajivamrut. So that costs 321 rupees per kg, 4 rupees 50 paisa. Saptadanya Kashaya 131 rupees required for initial stage. Organic carbon content is increased to 55%, in natural farming enhanced to 22%. So on an average we can say 20 to 25% organic carbon is improved over 3 years period. Okay, compared to initial period, it was 2018 and 3 years of time. This is the crop condition under natural farming. You can see the green gram, organic farming and also the natural farming. The crop is healthy during summer season, though the growth is restricted under natural farming. You can see at the bottom. Can you find any difference between the top photographs and the bottom ones? Yeah, you can see the more number of parts, though growth is restricted, as foliage is more in the recommended practice because of the application of fertilizers and other things, but reproductive number of parts per plant is more in case of natural farming. That enhances the yield. Similarly, the beneficial microbes, you can see the red lines and magenta lines, they are most of the microbial properties are better with natural farming and organic farming practices. The interesting thing is that you compare with the chemical farming. You can see the nitrogen fixers is 9 with the chemical farming in 2021. That's after 3 years of initiation, whereas in natural farming 22 million. 9 versus 22 million. That much of beneficial microbes is increased. Similarly, PSMs in chemical farming is 15, whereas in natural farming it is 34.5. Enormous improvement, or the beneficial microorganisms are there in the soil. That shows the soil health improvement and nutrient supplementation capacity of the microbes. Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Organic farming, because we are adding huge amount of organic manures in the form of farmland manure, vermicompost, equivalent to phosphorus in case of pulses and equivalent to nitrogen in cereals. So naturally, always but we are comparing with that. Natural farming with these practices, they are on par in some of the microbes. You can see that 22 versus nitrogen fixers, RPP, in organic farming it is 16. Nitrogen fixers are better, even better than organic farming. They go hand in hand, organic farming and natural farming. In some years they are on par, and some years in dehydrogenase activity, organic farming and natural farming, they are on par. So that but you compare with the chemical farming. Nowadays, more than 50% of the farmers are unable to use the organic manures. They are depending solely on the chemical fertilizers and chemical inputs. In such cases, so soil fertility, soil biological activity is declining. This is just in 3 years. You can think of the long period without using the organic manures. So this is depicted here also. So another crop, I will not take much time. The trend crops in Kharif season. You can see natural farming versus organic farming and also RPP. The yield levels is almost 10 or 20% less than the our conventional farming practices. That yield also shown. You can see why the nodule count is more in natural farming. Based on not only microbes, what is the other things that is influencing to enhance the nodules? Yeah, soil porosity. Soil porosity is better, there will be better aeration, so nodules development is more. You can see under natural farming, all the parameters consent to the number of nodules, okay, and dry weights and total nodule weights, they are more with natural farming. You can also see the pictures at the bottom. The left side is natural farming. You can see the lateral roots development, number of nodules on the roots as compared to our chemical farming. The right side one is chemical farming, right? So that's the influence on the crop performance. Okay. So this is in green gram, soybean, okay, then Kharif soybean with natural farming and organic farming. These are all suitable crops, okay, I can say. Then red gram plus groundnut intercropping. Here some of we say red gram is sensitive crop, particularly for the pest management. Pod borers are more, so that's how in the natural farming yield reduction is there up to 30%. It may not be with concern to the growth, okay. The pest management complex will be there. Therefore, compared to RPP, almost 14 quintal versus 9 quintal, that accounts to 30% yield reduction. But when we taken up groundnut as an intercrop, hardly 7% reduction is there. That yield reduction in red gram is compensated. When we work out red gram equivalent yield, the reduction comes down to 18%. That 18% yield reduction is compensated by the material cost, input cost. That you can see here. The cost of cultivation in case of RPP is 95,000, 90,000 in organic farming, whereas in natural farming 67,000. The cost reduction here is around 30%. So 18% yield reduction is compensated by yield reduction, cost reduction. That to input cost reduction is about 46%, right? And also we worked out economics with premium price and without premium price. So with premium price, without premium price, of course, you can see 1,11,000 versus 1,02,000. Net returns is important here, but benefit cost ratio even without premium price 2.53 in case of natural farming versus 2.16 in RPP. And when it is supported with premium price, that net returns is enhanced more than organic farming and also conventional farming. That's the findings we observed. And microbial benefits and millets are most suitable crops for natural farming. You can see that finger millet, of course, it's a bit fertilizer required crop, nitrogen requirement is more. Here yield reduction is 18%, and also you can see 14 quintal versus 13 point. In groundnut yield reduction is less, it's almost on par, 14 versus 1395, whereas finger millet yield 7 versus 5.8. The yield reduction is there 18%, and when we worked out equivalent yield, that is almost negligible, 5.3% is the yield reduction. And similarly, in case of parameters, economics, here also cost of cultivation is reduced to the extent of 22%. Without premium price also you can see the net returns here in groundnut plus finger millet intercropping 40,000 versus 50,000. Because the yield reduction, equivalent yield is only 5%. But cost reduction is there up to 22%, therefore net return is more. And of course, when premium price is given, that net return will be enhanced.
Similarly, I will take another red gram based millet intercropping system. Okay, here also you can see, I will pass on, red gram plus barnyard millet. I have taken 3 millets, I am giving only one trial information. Here red gram grain yield reduced to the extent of 20%, whereas barnyard millet yield reduction is only 3%. Means millets, their nutrient requirement is less. They are performing better under stress conditions, therefore their performance is, we can say, almost 3%, means on par statistically. Red gram equivalent yield is 12% overall reduction, and when we worked out the economics, there is saving of cost to the extent of 25%, thereby the net returns are more, or in natural farming it's on par with RPP, and it is escalated when premium price is provided. That's the results. You can see the crop performance of foxtail millet and red gram under natural farming. Pulses, there is no reduction in the growth. When you provide these concoctions and also few of the astras, okay, neemastra and other things, even parts are also maintained. That's how the yields are better when we go for intercropping rather than sole cropping. Influence on physical properties overall. I will give one instances. Physical properties of groundnut in summer. Initial maximum water holding capacity is 67%, that is enhanced to 74% in case of organic farming, and enhanced to 69%, 69.9% in natural farming. It shows that practices are going to enhance the water holding capacity, right? Whereas in chemical farming, you can see it is declining from 67 to 63%. Water holding capacity is reducing because of the poor physical properties. Bulk density, initially it was 1.31, reduced to 1.25 in organic farming and reduced to 1.28 in natural farming. Means the soil will become light with these practices. And porosity, you can see it is enhanced from 53 to 55 and 53 to 54.95 in natural farming. So this shows that there is an improvement in physical properties by adopting either organic farming or natural farming practices. Chemical practices, of course this already I explained, I will not take much time here. Biological properties, here also there is an improvement. You can see the natural farming practices are in green line. Bacteria, okay, actinomycetes. In some cases organic farming performing better with respect to general microflora and beneficial microflora, and in some years, even in the after 3 years, you can see PSM's population and also N-fixers population are more in case of natural farming as even compared to organic farming and other farming practices. So this 3-year result shows that there is enormous improvement in the soil biological properties of the soil. Then I will come to the, you can see the groundnut crop performance under natural farming. RPP, organic farming and also natural farming. Can you find any difference? Groundnut is the most suitable crop for natural farming practices. Though it creates stress, the plant height is less, foliage is less, but more number of parts, pegs are penetrated to the soil. More number of parts we observed, more number of filled grains we observed in groundnut. And that's why it's almost under natural farming, it has given on par yield with our conventional recommended package of practices. You can see even
individual yield, plant performance, natural farming, organic farming, and we worked out even unfilled parts and filled parts. That is more with groundnut and also harvested plants under natural farming. Okay, that's about the performance. Come to the influence of different farming systems on the earthworm. Theoretically, we said if you use Jivamrit, there will be enormous enhancement in the earthworm population. Let's see. This is in the summer green gram. You can see the population under natural farming almost raised to 7 lakh per hectare. These are all local earthworms. Okay. But in chemical farming initial stages you can see almost nil and some population was observed, but maximum population will be there even more than organic farming with respect to earthworm population. This is with respect to the green gram in Kharif season. Again the population of the earthworms are more in natural farming. The same trend is observed in black gram summer season. It has gone beyond 6 lakhs per hectare. Again in black gram during Kharif season almost 5,000. Soybean, it has gone beyond 12,000 because canopy coverage is more, leaf litter for falling to the soil will be more with soybean. Almost all the leaf will be shed at the time of harvesting. Only parts and stems will be harvested. Okay, this is in wheat system, wheat crop 6,000, and that's all. So overall there will be improvement in the population of the earthworms in these natural farming practices. I will skip this. Come to the negative. Of course, I should not spell out only the positive points of the natural farming practices, and some of the crops are not performing well under natural farming. So just an example here, maize, wheat and rabi sorghum. So you can see the grain yield. What is the extent of reduction under maize? 61% under natural farming. Of course, though cost is reduced to the extent of 35%, we cannot compensate the losses of the yield. That's why net returns without premium price is negative under natural farming. So we should not recommend the natural farming practices for the maize crop because the nutrient required by the crop is unable to supply through our natural farming practices. Then similarly, of course, improvements, all the improvements will be there, but it could not able to meet out the nutrient requirement of the crop. You can see under natural farming, stressed crop, even wheat also, as compared to our recommended. These crops are requiring huge amount of nutrients that is immediately needed by the crop. So our natural farming practices are unable to supply the nutrients. That's also when you go with intercrops, not with the sole crop. There also we found 46% yield reduction. So this is microbial biomass studies. Then another crop is chickpea. Though chickpea is pulse crop, it's most suitable, but some of the points concerned to the pod borer in chickpea, if it is infested, that cannot be controlled through our natural farming practices. And another important thing is that in last 2 years we observed rust, chickpea rust was severe and we could not able to control with our astras. So that is the negative point. So therefore yield reduction is there up to 38%. So economics will also be less compared to our conventional farming practices. Sometimes wilt also occurs in on this chickpea. So population is also reduced as compared to other organic farming practices. Rabi sorghum is another crop. It's also cereal, but yield reduced, you can see over years. Initially yield reduction was less, but later after third year, yield reduction was maximum, even up to 50% yield reduction is there in Rabi sorghum. Therefore, you can see the crop performance also. Nitrogen deficiency we observed in case of sorghum, Rabi sorghum. That's all about the negative points. The crops which are requiring high inputs are not suitable for natural farming practices. And of course, this is the extension activities done and also the demonstrations done in the farmers field. Initially, we trained the clusters, tent and CRPs. Through them, the farmers are trained and demonstrated in the farmers field. And summary of the Belagavi district, where the green gram, soybean and sugarcane crops are grown. And the first thing is that whatever you can see here, labor cost, material cost and cost of production, cost of cultivation is all reduced under natural farming. Yield is also reduced. First column, first bars are yield. But when you come to the net returns, you can see that natural farming is performing better. In BC ratio also they are better. Because of those, you can see the reduction in cost of materials, cost of cultivation. So in farmers field, the cost of cultivation is reduced to almost 40%. This is in Belgaum district. And farmers are also adopting, madam was asking sugarcane. In sugarcane, they are shifting the, what is that, trashes to one of the furrows, and in one furrow they are using 2 rows of soybean or 3 rows of groundnut as an intercrop. They take added advantage, and that's how the yield is reduction. Whatever is happened is compensated through intercropping system. And this is another farmer who adopted sugarcane based cropping system. You can see what may be the spacing adopted in this sugarcane crop. That is shown with our width of the hand, 6 foot spacing, almost skipping a row, and taken the intercrops like soybean, marigold, groundnut in different strips. And as per the interview, farmers obtained about 35,000 rupees income through the intercrops in 1 acre. That's how. And later he could able to manage, and of course he is managing from last 10 years. Over years there will be build-up of soil fertility, and he is harvesting about 50 tons of sugarcane per acre. That's the advantage, and we did a field day in his farmer field also. And in Dharwad district, groundnut and green gram, their net returns and benefit cost ratio is better, and also you can see the input or material cost saving is almost, even in some cases, gone 80% also. So total cost of cultivation is reduced, cost of production is also reduced. That's how natural farming performing better under groundnut and green gram in Dharwad district. This one farmer who is adopting natural farming from last 20 years. So in 8 acres, of course he is having 14 acres. In that 8 acres he is cultivating groundnut. Some years he is also cultivating, see the intensity of nodules in his groundnut plant roots. Intercropped with millets, barnyard millet, and you will grow different millets in different strips. That's how he is getting benefits and also growing the crop. And in Haveri district, several crops are there: cotton, groundnut, soybean, paddy and maize. Again, here also the returns with maize is less, but with other crops it's better. And in Gadag district, groundnut, it is positive, and that's the overall study in the farmers field. Okay, so this is particularly I am stressing with respect to organic carbon change over conventional farming. In organic farming, the percentage change is 18.6%, in natural farming 2.9%, and when we integrate the natural farming with organic farming, there will be improvement in the organic carbon percent to the extent of 12%. And that's when we compared with conventional farming. When we compared with chemical farming, you can see the improvement. Organic farming, percentage of organic carbon improvement is 41%, under natural farming is 19%. When we integrate these two practices, there will be improvement of 33% over chemical farming. The content is also given here. Farmers field organic carbon, it's almost average of 60 farmers. Yeah, practices of part of the nutrient that we are supplementing through FYM, vermicompost, and all the principles of natural farming is adopted. Okay, so you can see the farmers field organic carbon who are adopting organic farming is 9.8 gram per kg. Natural farming adopted farmers field 8.79. This is the study of farmers field. And conventional farming 5.27 gram per kg. That's the enormous improvement we can observe by adopting either through natural or organic farming. That reflection on available nutrients also. There will be improvement. Maximum available nutrients are there in organic farming, followed by natural farming. And ultimately, that's what Madam asked. Natural farming we learned so far. In integration of natural farming, the organic farming practices are inculcated with the natural farming practice. Means nutrients are supplied through farm-made manure, vermicompost. We integrated part of the practices of organic farming in natural farming. Okay. Only thing we added the organic manures, farm-made manure, vermicompost in the natural farming fields. And all the other things are on the okay. In our experimentation, we did 4 plots. Okay, one is organic farming, purely organic farming practices. Natural farming, that's purely natural farming practices. In organic integration, IOF, integration of organic farming, over and above all the practices of organic farming, we imposed natural farming practices. Okay, in integrated natural farming, we reduced the input of organic farming to the extent of 50% and followed all the practices of natural farming. Because in IOF, the cost of cultivation is more. In organic farming itself, cost of cultivation is more as we compare, even compared to conventional farming, because of the farm-made manure, vermicompost that is applied equivalent to N in cereals, equivalent to P in case of pulses. So that's the difference. In integrated natural farming, we reduce the quantity of organic manures that is applied in organic farming to the extent of 50%. Whereas in IOF, over and above whatever the organic farming requirement is there, then we applied imposed natural farming practices. INF is better because the cost reduction is there. IOF is going to add still more cost. Okay. So ultimately, in order to follow the natural farming, what is required? Desi cow, some of the materials that are required to prepare Bijamruta, Jivamruta and Ganajivamruta, this is required. So with this I conclude my talk. You can have some summary is also given, whatever I talked, I given the summary of the results, right? And ultimately we recommended these crops for our package of practices. What are those things? Based on the results, green gram, black gram, groundnut, soybean, intercropping systems like groundnut plus cotton, red gram plus groundnut for black soils, and for light soils, red soils, groundnut, kodo millet, finger millet, brown top millet, red gram with barnyard millet, foxtail millet and finger millet. So that's the recommendations. So other crops we are not recommending. And ultimately I will conclude the benefits of natural farming is all these things. Okay? Improved yield, increased farmers' income, minimize cost, ensure better health, employment generation, eliminates application of synthetic chemical inputs, environmental conservation, reduced water consumption, rejuvenation of soil health, livestock sustainability. So I am concluding. Okay, so we have to encourage natural farming to expand to all the states and union territories in India because of these benefits. Okay. Ultimately, we should not look into only yield. So I am concluding with this. We should not look only cost and benefits in terms of yield and economics. We should look into soil, water, energy, biodiversity, carbon sequestration, services, mitigation and adaptation to climate change, and organic and natural farming systems are more productive and profitable. So with this statement, I conclude my talk. Yeah. Now, it's of course discussed often on and there itself. If you have still any questions, it's open for discussion. Of course, but we have not used the vermi wash in our study, and I have not shown. That's also studied. That's also containing all the beneficial microorganisms. It's also act as a growth promoting substance. We are recommending in organic farming 10% of vermi wash 2 times spray at flowering stage and also grain filling stage. In short duration crops like green gram, 30 days and 45 to 50 days interval. Yes, madam. Yeah. P equivalent. Yeah, for cereals, N equivalent. For legumes, P equivalent. This is the national policy, and also in all the organic farming practices. When we calculate the quantity of nutrients to be supplied through FOM and vermicompost, say for example groundnut, 50 kg P is required. 0.2% is the content of FOM and almost 0.6 in case of vermicompost. That's why this accounts to almost 15 or 16 tons of FOM. The cost of production or cost of cultivation in organic farming is high because of these inputs. Oilseeds also, whatever the P is there. Soybean 80 kg. Soybean phosphorus required is 80 kg recommended dose. So invariably we have to apply farmyard manure 50%, vermicompost 50%. Think of the 40 kg P to be supplied through the farmyard manure. That adds to the cost. That's why the cost of cultivation in most of the cases in our organic farming treatment is more. Because almost 50% is cost is of supplying the organic manures. Yes. Whatever you are using in the field, Ganaju Amruta at the time of using in the field, vermicompost, yes, at the time of application. No need. Once if you know the contents, and an average you can 2-3 samples, 2-3 seasons you work out and use it for the calculation. No, as such, the nutrients will not be lost. If you expose to sunlight, if you allow the nitrogen to volatilize, then the stored material may lose. If you preserve it properly, that's why it should be preserved under shade. And always we covered Ganaju Amrut with our green leaf manures or wet gunny bags. If you store it properly, contents will be same. If you add more water, then it will be diluted, the content may reduce. That's how it varies. So on an average, you can work out for 2-3 seasons and use that content. Usually, generally you should observe the pest incidence. Whenever it occurs, at that time only, based on the type of pest, you can go for. Usually
The sequential application starts with Neemastra when the vegetative stage is there. Then when flower initiations takes place or any defoliation is observed, then you can go for Brahmastra, Agniastra. At last when pod formation, the crop come to the pod formation stage, Dashparni. Intermittently, if any incidence of disease is there, then you can go for fungicides. Yeah. Madam, in Sirsi, the whole project is worked and they come out with things. They worked on arecanut, ginger and also this garlic worked out. And when you visit Canary Mutt, of course, our horticulturist in zone 8, we have in zone 8 2 universities. I did on only field crops. My colleague in the Bagalkot University, Mastioli, worked on horticulture crops. He feels that it's very difficult to take up natural farming in tomato, cabbage, etc. But when we visited Canary Matta, there Swamiji told that don't miss to visit the horticulture garden or vegetable garden, go and visit, he told. We visited, there he was growing almost modern practices only with all creepers, climbers, bendy, ridge guard, then tomato, brinjal, cauliflower, this what is that capsicum in large scale under natural farming practices. Of course, you can say integration because he is having a goshala and using huge amount of organic manures, but successfully he showed that vegetables can also be grown under natural farming. Only thing, we have to create a microclimate with diversified cropping systems. That's possible. No, general means it's huge. We don't know how many species or types of bacteria are there. Okay, in compost culture we take up 4 types of organism for compost culture for enhancing the decomposition. That's what the research is needed. In soil or in these astras or inputs. We don't know how many types of organisms are there, their role. So that's why we grouped into a general bacteria, fungi and actinomycetes. There is a huge scope for going depth for microbiologists. They can study what are the further, you can classify the organisms that is needed. Yes. In our project only, now I found the difference in yield gaps, for 20%, what our director of research suggested. Try to bridge the gap, yield gap. We should not lose yield. At least we should get on par yield. So we are integrating, some of the plots are subdivided and taken it as a integrated natural farming and integrated organic farming. That practice is also going on. When we observe the last year study, when we integrate the organic farming either with natural farming or natural farming with organic farming, the biological properties are improved rather than both. Yeah, in the permanent plot only, we subdivided the organic plot and superimposed the natural farming in the organic farming. Similarly, in natural farming, we added some of the subdivided into subplots. Okay, there we added the organic inputs and studied in one crop season last year, and we observed improvement in the all the biological properties. Better. That's what Madam asked, whether integrated organic farming or integrated natural farming. Integrated organic farming is better, but the cost of cultivation is also enhancing. But under integrated natural farming, its comparatively cost of cultivation is less, but yield is improved, and that's why in some of the crops for zone 3, we recommended integrated natural farming. I mentioned subdivided, total cost of cultivation. You know the definition of cost of cultivation is the expenditure incurred from the land preparation to the harvesting, including marketing charges, interest on the working capital, and supervision charges. Everything is considered. Labor, inputs, whatever is there. Even supervision cost also included, 10% on the total capital invested or total cost incurred. 6% of the banking rate of interest is also added to the cost of cultivation. And marketing preparation, winnowing, bagging, transportation, everything is considered in the cost of cultivation. Okay. So if there are no other questions, thank you very much for patience here. I might have taken more time. Thank you very much.
On behalf of our organization and also participants, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. C.P. Chandrasekhar sir, Head Institute of Organic Farming, US, Harvard, to enlighten the vast knowledge on the natural farming, even also organic farming. Thank you, sir.
Hello?
request all the participants to please assemble in the seminar hall.
ಇದು
Good afternoon to all. Now in the afternoon session we have with us resource person Prasanna Murthy TR. I welcome on behalf of all the participants and also the KSNUAHS Shivamogga. In the afternoon session we have a topic on philosophy, principles and ethics, which will be delivered by the Prasanna Murthy TR. I welcome on behalf and I hand over the stage to the Prasanna TR for delivering on philosophy, principles and ethics. Thank you.
My heartfelt salutations to Padma Shri, Basava Shri Dr. Shri Subhash Palekar ji. My heartfelt thanks to Kelade Shivappa Nayaka, University of Agriculture and Horticulture Sciences, Dr. Manjunath and Dr. Veerana. Dear friends, from yesterday, you have been listening, and also today you saw the results of zero budget natural farming taken in various zones of Karnataka, and you heard about the practices happening in Andhra Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Sikkim, so on and so forth. Dear friends, we are at the cusp of taking a call whether we should continue with the age-old practices or should we go into zero budget natural farming. Just a week before, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization had a vast report done in the whole globe, wherein the loss of topsoil in the whole world is 36% as on today, and it will reach 88% in just 2060. So 88% of your land, agricultural land available today, will not be available for you to even grow fodder. What do you do? Have you got an answer? On the one side, huge researches happening in the Western countries and developed countries are stating there is a drop in yield, and in India more so, because uncontrolled use of chemical fertilizers. Uncontrolled use. This is not recommended use. Let me be very clear when I am telling. I am not against what you are doing. I am telling you the uncontrolled use, wherein you have to use, say for instance 4 bags, they are using 9 to 10, 12, 14 bags in Sirigu Pond elsewhere of 50 kgs each. And due to the impounding of water, the first thing any person, any farmer does is start growing water intensive crops the moment there is a dam or a canal or any project comes up near your place. The next thing is you rig drills, borewells. The moment you get, you should go for horticulture, that is arecanut and coconut, so on and so forth, which are water guzzling as per the knowledge till we know now. In future, take it out of your mind, arecanut does not require water, coconut doesn't require any water except rainfed. So how is this possible? Because when I write on the whiteboard, there will be reflection and you cannot see that. So friends, this who is going to control? In every state, as I have seen, all the agri officers are made to just sit in the office and do clerical jobs of writing down subsidies, giving seats and all those things. This time and again I have spoken to lot of officers, and even in our cabinet meetings and Vidhan Soda, I have fought a lot, asking to allow the officers to go to the fields. They will correct the farmers. Don't do this, don't do that, you're doing wrong. But who is there to tell? We are just looking at the subsidy. 2.5 lakh crores, my dear. 2.5 lakh crores was the subsidy given for fertilizers just last year. Imagine the amount. What are we doing? There's a drop in yield. And we are a very proud nation. We call ourselves a very young growing India, where more than 45%, more than 45 crore people, or the demography of Indian population, around 45 crore, are in the young generation and fit generation of 25 to 45 years. They're ready. They're ready. You are all ready to bring the economy from the 5th position to the 3rd position in another 10 years. Right? We are all ready. But dear sirs, tell me one thing, who is there to grow for India? Farmers are becoming an extinct species. You know, you go to any farm, you will see grey hairs. I die within another 5 years, 10 years, or I might retire from farming. I might not be in a position to take up farming, physically fit. Another 5, 10 years. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Nobody is there. Nobody is there. Go to any village. Early morning, 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9, you will see bus fully jam-packed with children. Okay? You will see n number of buses, private buses going to the villages to take the kindergarten children. I am not saying it is wrong. Everybody should have the right to education. Everybody should have the right to have a good piece of meal. But is it not possible in farming? Is it not possible in farming? Do you know one thing? We are importing more than 80% of the pulses required. Oil seeds we are importing. We are worried about, can we grow vegetables? Can we grow cereals? Can we grow rice? What is this? What have been sent from there? On the one side we are fighting against BT, GM and all those things. On the other side, what are being sent to your India from outside? Who knows? Right? What are we eating? 140 rupees per kg of groundnut seeds, and you get groundnut oil at 110 rupees. आहा, ये क्या बात है? किधर से 2% ऑयल आ रहा है? How are you getting 200% oil in a kg? So that you can get 110 rupees, 120 rupees. Beautiful urine is coming onto the screen and telling, this is good, that's good. What I do, right, wrong? Just buy it, buy it, buy it. Right? We want all things good, all things neat. There is one more community of officers whom I have spoken to. Hey, get lost, man. You don't grow, so do you think the nation will starve? Do you think the nation will starve? No. The carpets will grow for you. Carpets will grow for you. What is this? Carpet will grow you chickpea. Carpet will grow you red gram. You'll grow you this horse gram and give it to you. You'll make everything into pellets and you'll have to eat like an animal. I would be harsh when I use the words. Please, let there be forgiveness from your side. Apologies. But this is going to happen. And yes, the other person in a very big university at itself, hey, do you think they're going to eat upma and puri in your spacecraft? They are all eating, surviving on tablets. That will come. Ye kya ji? What is this? Can we be so arrogant? Can we be so? See, what is the problem? Why are we not looking at the cause of the problem? We are just looking. All the children are going to the schools. There is nobody there. All of them want to go and migrate to the cities to get good earnings, a good piece of meal. But are we looking at the cause? Your house has been burgled, right? Why? Night I forgot to close the door properly. Simple. A thief came accidentally. He pushed the door. It was much easier. You are all having a nice sleep. Everything was cleared in the morning. So now, morning you saw the bolts are not broken, right? The locks have not been broken, right? So what, instead of taking your mind, okay, you have to call the police to see that they will catch the thief and get back your valuables. But instead of that, giving a complaint to the police, what we do? We install CC cameras. We bring a good, what is that? Dog. We build a watchman shed and put a watchman there. Then we put a safety gate. What not? But what was the cause of your robbery? Forgetting to lock the door properly. Simple. Lock the door properly and sleep. It has to be banged and opened. At this time, the bang you will wake up and you will give a shout and you will put the thief out. We are not looking at the cause. We are looking at the remedies. That is where we are failing. We had very interesting research reports today. I am very proud of Dr. Chandrasekhar and not only Dr. Chandrasekhar, our Nayak sir is sitting there and lot of other from GKVK and all the Bagalkot, Raichur and all. They are doing a good job on working on natural farming. But there are some lapses. There are some lapses. Why it failed? Why was there a rust? First place, why did it come? A lot of things. So, I am not against. Once again, please. Because we more and more
We more and more. I being a civil engineer left everything from the last 14 years. I am running around the state, not even taking care of my farm. Doing very small odd civil jobs, running around the state, trying to teach the farmers, trying to work out their problems. Lot of farm visits. So we are looking at more things. So I being a patient cannot order or recommend you medicines, but a doctor can do it because he is seeing hundreds of patients. I being a single patient cannot become a doctor. So what we do, we run around a lot. We go to a lot of farms. We are looking at the problems, the causes. More than the problems, we are looking at the causes. How to stop this? For your kind information, madam, cabbage, cauliflower, no spray. Tomato, peas, red gram, pigeon pea, no spray. No spray. There is nothing called a spray bag in natural farming. Why does it happen here? Rust is a wind-borne spore, fungal spore. Why do you have to build a windbreak wall? Why were your borders left open? Blight is a major problem in pomegranate. Why are you not stopping the wind? Simple. Simple. The windbreak walls gives you fodder, gives you material for your family, gives you income, stops all this various problems. Why are we not doing that? We saw everything was open. Was there barricade anywhere? Except some strip farming. I'm not against. But what is happening? What we have to look at? So, from now on, it's my time. Please, all of you switch off your mobiles. Please, all of you switch your mobiles. Switch off your mobiles. And don't discuss amongst yourselves. Any doubt? Nothing. So please don't discuss amongst yourself because your noise will disturb others. And any doubts, every 45 minutes I will be halting for just 5 minutes to take up your questions. Only regarding to the session I have finished. Right? And next session we will go forward. Friends, this is a very indigenous technology which has been designed, researched, designed and being propagated by Dr. Subhash Palekar. All over the place, from Nepal to Ceylon to all the places, Rajasthan to Tamil Nadu to everywhere. All climatic zones, all crops, all vagaries of climate. It is a people's movement. Here we do not have anything against anybody. It's a people movement. We are all the same citizens of the same country, would like to have all the best. So I think you will understand. Friends, in the urge for growing more, we went on with a lot of things. We all know that. I would not like to dwell with it once again. But we left the local seed behind. We left the mother behind. We went forward with a new journey, new people, new things. And in the melee, we are stuck with so many diseases. So, I would like to start with explaining what exactly is ZBNF. This is Subhash Palekar Krushi, because today and even in the central government it is ZBNF as of now. Zero budget, natural farming. What is zero here? What is zero then? What is a budget? Budget is the requirement and the earnings what we get, how we balance the thing. Requirement and the earning. So, the requirement for producing the main crop, the cost of production of the main crop is offsetted by the intercrops. The cost of construction or production, because I'm a civil engineer, construction comes first. Cost of production of the main crop is offsetted by the earnings from the intermediate and secondary crops. So now, there is a big question mark here about the intercrops. What are the intercrops you have to take in between any crop, except paddy, which is waterlogged? Waterlogging is done, impounding is done only in paddy, and all the other crops, including your, which are grapes, all your mango, all your arcanut, all your horticulture, vegetables, everything. What are the intercrops where to go? So now, if you have to think about the intercrops, there is a big argument about an intercrop. What is this? You cannot grow anything along with the main crop. Because this one I am stating, looking at Prajamani, we will get every week we are getting this articles, wherein the scientists and all these people will have answered the questions of the farmers. So you cannot grow anything with the main crop. That's what they say. Why? Disease, pest, first and foremost. Then, if at all, the intercrop, the meaning or our intelligence about intercrop is gone so bad, in groundnuts, which is a leguminous plant, we are inculcating pigeon pea. We are cultivating or growing red gram. In which one? In a leguminous plant. Already we saw why that was happening. You saw in the CF, the chemical farming, you saw there were just a few nodules on the crop, right? On the roots. Why? To supplement the P, you added the N. N is already coming free. When I have added the N, these nodules will squeeze, will decrease in size. Once they decrease in size, whatever you have added will not go to the plant and you will not get the yield. Simple. So, by mistake, what we are not looking at is, we are looking the other way wherein the enemy is going the different way. So friends, here the major thing is the main crop and the intercrop. Here the two things which we have to grow together to get a bountiful yield. So now, what are the main crops and what are the intercrops? Why should we grow them? We will be looking at a later stage. Now when it comes to zero budget natural farming, what does it do? What is this zero once again here? Zero is a vacuum. It has got no meaning, it has got no value. But zero is a vacuum which can pull everything inside. A vacuum will pull everything inside. What are it going to pull? Zero chemical, zero seed, zero tilling, zero pesticide, zero everything. Only the income is the whole. You'll get the full income. So, when we are talking about zero budget natural farming, the first or Subhash Palekar Krushi, we are looking at how to balance or get money more than your main crop. You will be astonished to say, if I say in horticulture, we are taking 10 to 20 times more than the main crop. If you are getting 2 lakhs in arcanut, intercrops we are taking 15 to 18 lakhs. That is the promotion we are giving. You are taking 10 to 12 tons of tomato. The intermediate we are giving lakhs, 4 to 6 lakh rupees per acre. How are you doing this? How are we stopping all these things? How are we going forward? So let's look at this one. This is a very, very wonderful technology given by Subhash Palekar. So next friends. Now, when we are talking about this, all of us are in a hurry to make up this money. In the melee, what are the people doing the mistakes? Why natural farming? Not in our university, it is practiced as per what Palakarji is told. But what the farmers do? They go balancing everything. Sanelli, Swamiji, Gokrupamrita, yes. Palayakarji Jivamrita, yes. Uchmastegoda Dr. Sahil, yes. Microbial B, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, everything they will put it here. So now, tell me who is the father? You have got a problem. Who will you ask? You will call the Swamiji? You will call Prasanna? You will call Uchmastegoda? Or Microbial B people? Who will you call now? Everybody will escape. Everybody will escape. So, a simple single practice of taking up and natural farming, what we say is, because this is his life earning. It's a farmer's life earning. He is not an engineer. For me 50,000 goes, 2 lakh goes. Get away. For you, taking 50,000, 80,000, 2 lakh rupees salary, 50,000 goes not a matter. But for a farmer, even 5,000 matters. Because why I tell you this is, when I receive the phones, because I have got used on YouTube, given to the TV, there are 46 episodes of 45 minutes each given on TV. I get a call. I got a lot of calls like this. Sir, I am having bottle in my hand. Should I consume or will you save me? Honestly, I don't have anything to gain by telling a lie. First answer is throw it, I am there. I am here, throw it. I am with you, throw it. First thing, throw it. And within 3-4 months, we guide them fully on the phone. Ask them to watch the videos, fully guide them on the phone. 3-4 months, sir, aap humko bacha diya. You saved me. I am happy. I got a very good onion yield. Simple. We have to tackle so much because farmer's state is a very different thing today. Okay, now. So, what is zero budget natural farming? Zero budget natural farming or Subhash Palekar Krishi involves using only the ingredients what you have got in your farm to cultivate the land. But there was a question. Sir, jaggery is bought from outside. Yes, I am starting today. Otherwise, I will have to wait for 1 year. What do I do now? I start today, so I will buy 2 kgs of this thing. You plant a papaya plant, 8 months you will get the fruit. You plant, grow sugarcane, just one seed. You can, that sugarcane is enough for 30 acres. One seed. So, you plant, you will get it at 14 months. So, what do you want to do? Some things you will have to buy. And also the flour, the gram flours and all, you will not have immediately. I am growing maize, I am growing something, we will not have in our house. Grains have not been stored. So, in the initial days, we have to use certain things from outside, then start intermediate crops and the boundary crops. We can keep taking. So now the next one is, it states, observe nature. Observe nature. What is happening below that big tree, huge tree in the forest? On the mountain, between 2 rocks, on the roadside, no water, no manure, no irrigation, no fumigation, no spray, nothing, but still they are green even in summer. Deep summer, they are green. Time to time, they flower, they shoot out, they flower, they give the pods, they ripen, mature, good, first class quality. No spray. No spray. Nothing. How are they giving it? So what is the thing happening beyond that? What is the natural processes which are happening below that huge tree? We have to understand that natural processes which are happening below that huge tree and inculcate in our farm. The same processes what are happening there, bring it and inculcate in your farm, because there is a question. What is that? So it's a forest, it's nature. So there anything will grow. That's not useful for the human beings. I want to grow finger millet, I want to grow paddy, I want to grow sugarcane, I want to grow arecanut, I want to grow vegetables, I want to grow flowers. Whatever it is, fruits. I want to grow. So now what happens? Here there is human intervention. You are planning what you want to grow. You are cultivating your land to grow what you want. So there is a human intervention here. The seeds are brought from outside. The seeds there drop and grow. But here we collect the seeds, keep it and grow it in the season we want. Kharif, Rabi, right? Or summer crops. So what we are doing here? So here we are influencing the growth of the plant here. So when there is an human intervention, it is called from nature to natural farming. Otherwise it's a natural forest. No human intervention, natural forest. There is human intervention, it is a natural farming. So you will now know what you got to do. What I am going to go, probably I will be going up to 8 o'clock in the night. Is that okay for you? One voice. Till 8 in the night, is it okay for you? Because it's not enough for me. I can go till 8 in the next morning. 8 in the evening is okay? Yeah, please. Because otherwise I will cut short lot of things. I will be jumping lot, skipping lot. The time is very limited. 8 is okay for you all? No voice. No? Is it okay? Because I will be here for a single day. After that I will not meet you. Right? So 8 is okay. Because I will plan my stages. Otherwise we will be skipping. One leg here, one leg there. So, in zero budget natural farming or Subhash Palekar farming, what we do is, we study the thing. So now what are we going to do? When you are praying to God, when anybody is praying to God, we ask, give us valle vidya buddhi. We ask, give us very good education and very good knowledge. What is education? What we read? I am a civil engineer because I read through the books. Right? You are an agronomist because you read through the books. That is your thing. But what is knowledge? The science you understand each and every day. You are seeing a plant grows. After a few days it will come. 3 months, okay, we know now it will sprout. We know it will give raw fruits. Then after a few days it will become green bigger. Then yellow, red, whatever it is, sweet, from sour to sweet. Lot of things. So we know that. That is the knowledge. But in education, what we say, we will see how it goes about. What is happening in each stage? What are the chemicals being added up? Or the nutrients which is taken from the soil to make this from here to there. So friends, here the use of knowledge and intelligence and education is very important in natural farming. Observation is keen. Observation is very keen in natural farming. Okay now. So we are bringing whatever is the thing, processes happening below that huge tree into our farm, that is called natural farming. The third one, most important is, the cow is the soul of natural farming. Cow is the soul of natural farming. A single local cow, one cow, cow dung and urine is sufficient for 30 acres of land. To get a bountiful crop in 30 acres of land. It was good till now. You are listening to him. It's better to get up and go out now. Because he's become insane, talking something about one cow and 30 acres of land. The cow dung and urine is sufficient for 30 acres of land to grow any crop. With the adaptation of intercrops. Very important. Just I am going paddy, just I am going finger millet, just I am growing arcanite, no sorry. With the introduction of intermediate crops, we can get bountiful crop yields up to 30 acres. Friends, so this cow is the soul. At the same time, in zero budget natural farming, what we will be looking at is the local seed. Why this local seed? Probably, when I will be talking something, it might be in contradiction to what you have thought, but I will put my thoughts forward. What is a local seed? Local seed is that seed which is there from time immemorial. And our mothers, when their husbands, when the male elderly went out to hunt, they might return, might not return. They would go for months together hunting. That's when these mothers of ours took the risk of eating and tasting these grains which can be given to their children. That is called a mother. So the native seed is the only treasure of the mother. She is the one who decided which you got to eat: paddy, eat ragi, arkanite you can eat or not, calamities and all. Who is the one who controls the kitchen? Mother. He is the one who has given this wonderful concept of agriculture. And the various crops we had to grow, various crops we had to eat in the season. It was given by whom? Mother. So friends, the local seed is the next very important thing of a. Now you will be astonished to find why a local seed. It is not going to yield more. Simple, right or wrong? It is not going to yield. Okay, fine. We went forward to BT. Forget about hybrid. We went to BT. What has happened to BT today? Rajasthan pink bollworms have damaged, destroyed 90% of the cotton crop. This is in all leading dailies. It has come in all leading electronic media. 65% in Haryana, 60% in Punjab, and whatever rest is harvested, have got no buyers because they are also damaged. Right or wrong? So now where we go? Where do we go now? Where do we hide now? So we have to see that what the local seed is. So local seed is that seed which has come from time immemorial, adapting to the various problems. Like you saw in Corona, there were more than 20 variants which happened, right? They told Corona this one, Corona to so many sufficient. It was kind of just there were more than 20 variants which happened. So the local seed have withstood all these diseases, all these pests, all these climatic variations. Everything there, come and time and over and together, they have got built immunity in themselves to take care of all these problems. That's the local seed. Now, there is a question. What is a local and what is a hybrid? As for a farmer, hybrid seeds cannot be reused, right? Wrong? They cannot be reused. Why? There is a mother, there is a father. Which one comes there? Nobody knows. So, it's being rolled out. That's what they rolled out. But still, when there is no availability of the seeds, lot of our farmers who are practicing natural farming also are using hybrid seeds and getting good results. But after that, what they are doing, whether they are reusing or they are whether once again going to the market to buy, that information is lacking. We'll have to check out it. So the local seed, what has happened with the hybrid? Now why are we getting so many diseases? Where are we getting so many diseases? First thing, let me tell you one thing that's clear. The soil is mother. The mother is the mother. The plant is a mother. Simple. All the things are mother. So now, a healthy mother, healthy child, simple and straight. Nobody need question. Healthy soil, healthy plant. Healthy plant, nutritious food. Nutritious food I eat. My mother cooks, no disease. Simple. Healthy mother, healthy child, no disease. Simple. Healthy food, you eat, no disease. Simple. No constipation, no loose motion, nothing. Everything will be in order. So, now, what is a local seed got to do with an hybrid seed? Why are we going to talk about it? When we are talking about an hybrid seed, let us see now how the food is prepared. Little we will be touching the basics because I have to prove what ZBNF is, right? Is it okay, madam? The way we are going? Okay, thank you. So now, we all know any leaf is green. We all know. We also know there are small pores called stomatos. It is like teaching LKG, but still please. How we are going to increase the yield? How we are going to increase the yield, you will see now. 30 quintals of finger minute per acre. Have you ever heard about it? 30 quintals of finger millet per acre. Wherein you use 12 lakh seeds and I use 12,000 seeds. How do I get? Here. Here is the answer. So any crop, whether it's a coconut, whether it's a tomato, whatever it is, flower or whatever it is, the answer lies here. Very basic. So now, we know that the leaves are green. There are tomatoes. It takes CO2 from the atmosphere, and there are branches, everything, whatnot, and there are roots. From here they take the water vapor, not water. We are on the wrong impression. What are we on the wrong impression? Plants drink water. No, sorry. Plants do not drink water. They cannot drink water. Because there is an osmosis process wherein air and water has to be pumped together. It has to be sucked together. We know that. So, sir was very clear when he told between the pores there should be air circulation. When he told about organic farming, when he was talking about mulching and all those things, he was telling the soil becomes porous, wherein there is an equal proportion of air and water vapor in between. So now we know. So this takes out how many? 6 carbon dioxide molecules plus 12 water molecules are taken. With the availability of the sun, with the solar energy falling onto the plant, what's happening? There is a new composition, biological and chemical property happening. The solar energy converted into electrical energy, and that is a biological chemical process happening, and this becomes, they join together and become glucose. We all know that. What is this glucose now? C6H12O6 plus 6O2 plus 6H2O. Both are going where? But water should have gone down, right? Water should have gone down because you are taking the water from the bottom, right? Wrong. No, it is from the clouds. So where it has to go? It has to go there, go back to the sea. So water 6O2, 6H2O is going now. With this one, what is happening? With the solar energy falling onto the leaf, every square foot, the solar energy falling onto the thing, on the leaf per square foot is 1250 kilocalories. What is a calorie then? Calorie is nothing, just to revive you, because it's long time since you have studied. Even I forget the formula for cement, because almost 20 years now I have studied. Somebody has to remind me. In the same way, small things. So what is a calorie? The temperature required, energy required to raise the temperature of water from 4 degrees to 5 degrees. Just a single degree raise, 1 cubic centimeter of water raised from 4 degrees to 5 degrees is a calorie. 1000 calories. Like that, 12,250 kilocalories of solar energy falls onto the plant, on the leaves. It can take only 1%, that is 12.5 kilocalories. Only 12.5 kilocalories of the solar energy it can take, and there it produces 4.5 grams of slightly getting confused because I always write in, I will be speaking in Kannada. Is 6H12O6. It prepares 4.5 grams of glucose or kacha sugar. This one, now we are going to do some jadoo here, wherein in the local seeds also we are going to get more than double than the hybrid seeds. We'll see how we are going to do that. So now what we are looking at is, we are getting 4.5 grams of glucose prepared by the plant, every square feet of the plant. Now what we are doing is, here wherever your production is measured in kgs, wherever your production is measured in kgs, like all your grams, rice and all these things, 1.5 gram. Otherwise we'll, of this 4.5, 1.5 is for growth. What are the growth? Leaves, the stems, the branches, the trunks, the roots, the secondary roots, and one root which you do not know are the tertiary or the capillary roots. Nobody attacks these capillary roots, right? Otherwise, you would not have given for your coconut tree water at the basin. You would not have rounded up the drip tubes around your coconut tree to give water there, because nobody is looking at the tertiary or the capillary roots. So now, friends, so 1.5 is for the growth. Next 1.5 is for its children. Now comes the question, what are these children? I sow a single paddy seed. I sow a single arecanut seed. I sow a single sugarcane seed. What do you get? Those many seeds of finger millets, those many seeds of paddy, those many seeds of sugarcane. That is, you take each one of them and sow back. What will happen? They will grow. So they are the children of this crop, but they are the yield for us. Why we talk about the children is very, very important. You will understand later. Why is using the term children, not grains? Why is not talking about yield? Why is he talking about children? So, she is a mother. You have to always keep it in mind. She is the mother. Every seed you sow back, they grow, right? So, she always wants to give healthy children. She always wants her children to be healthy. That's very important. She will take a lot of risks. We'll be seeing in the going how a mother takes a lot of risks. The same way the plant takes a lot of risks. How she will overcome the stresses, how she will overcome the excessive water, climatic changes, everything. What she will be doing with whom she will take support. We'll see all those things. So 1.5 grams is for the children or the yield. Let me be more clear, yield. 1.5 gram, very, very important. This is where you will save everything in natural farming. It is for the disease-free crop, disease-free grain, disease-free child. Quality of the food, the taste, the keeping quality. You know one thing? You buy radish, you go to the village market, Sante, you buy it at 2 o'clock, you will come to the office KVK, evening you will go home, right? It is still white, right or wrong? It is brown, right? Already here when you are buying fresh, full tight, it was hard when you go home. No keeping quality. But when you grow in natural farming, keep it for 20 days, it will be white, no softness. Even radish, it will be white. You keep tomato for 1 month, no problem. So that is the, I will honestly tell you, I kept paddy seeds for 10 years. And only recently we polished it. We hulled it. Only after 10 years, not a Uji, not a grain was, what do you say? And once again, no broken. Hardly 1 or 2% broken rice for 10 years. No safety measures taken. Just throw it in my car, throw it under the staircase, throw it under the hall, because we wanted it to be so rugged. We'll see what all you can do. What are the problems? That is, she has given a very healthy child, strong. So next, so of this 1.5 gram, very important thing is what Sir was telling, 10 to the power of 5 PSB, 10 to the power of 5 rhizobiyam, 10 to the power of 5 actinomycetes, 258 into 10 to the power of 5, 232 into 10 to the power of 5. What all he was writing, what all they have seen. Those are the microbes which are in the soil, which convert or decompose the nutrients required for the plant growth and give it to them. But they don't do it free. When will they work? When you pay them. When you pay them, that to daily payment. Morning from the sun starts, they'll start producing the food, they'll start distribution of the food, and these microbes start giving the food. In the evening, they'll be paid their butter. They'll secrete this glucose around the roots. You pull out any fresh plant, you see there is a slight sticky thing. Ragi, anything, have you observed it? Slowly you have to remove it, check it out. There is a sticky solution around the thing, which is what? Where is it gone? Small bowl, glucose. Because 4.5 grams it is distributing like that, keeping quality and all these things put together, and that's how you are getting this 4.5 grams of food which is there is distributed. In the horticulture crops, where we talk about tons of mango, tons of banana, tons of coconut, tons of coconut, wherein we talk about that, it is distributed into just two parts, growth and all the elements what are here, and 2.25 grams for the yield. Very simple, that's how it is distributed. Now, I want to increase the yield. Local seeds, you are telling it is not going to give a yield, but that was wrong. What all happened 60, 80 years, let us not discuss once and time and again. So, we all know that. So, but we want to increase the yield. So, what we are doing now, we are not going to put anything. We are not going to add anything. So, how are we going to increase the yield? So, now, if I got to increase the yield, what should I do? This plant, we know that whatever sunlight is falling on the plant, 4.5 grams per square feet is produced. So, those many leaves are producing, say, 45 grams. But I am a farmer. I want more yield. So now, how do I get more yield? From 45 to say 60, 60 to 80 grams of food preparation. How do I do it now? How can it be done? Increase the leaves. You have to increase the leaves or increase the size of the leaves. So now, there are two options for you. When all your village folks go home in the night, you enter the other farm. Okay? You are growing finger millet, you are growing pigeon pea or mango, whatever it is. You go to other farm who is growing the same thing, pull out the leaves. Come here and put Fevikwik and add up the leaves. Can it be done? Why all, give me energy here, I have to speak till 8 o'clock. Can you fix it to increase the numbers? Okay now, I want to increase the size. Go sit on the plant, sit on the tree, pull it like a balloon. Yes, it will happen. The numbers will increase. Why? A leaf will tear into 4 to 8 pieces. So 80 leaves will become 300 pieces. But you cannot expand. Now, I want to increase the yield. How can it be done? Any magic? Simple. Take the water away. Allow the root to grow. Why you have to take the water away? All the food that is prepared is stored in the ಸರ್ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡದೊಂದು ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಾ? ಇಷ್ಟೊಳಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಅಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಮಜಾನೂ ಬರಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಏನು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸಿ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಯರ್, ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ದ ಲಿಂಕ್ at 8 o'clock in the night. That writing will be there till 8 o'clock in the night. Tomorrow morning 8 o'clock also it will be there if you are going to stay. The links will be there only. Because I have taken classes like that, madam. Morning 8 to night 2 o'clock. Once again morning 5 to 9. Then leave to Bangalore. Come there, take programs at 12 o'clock till 2 o'clock in the night. We run around. We are crazy. Where do we get the energy? I don't know. That's the subject. Subject is so good. And it's all science. I mean, am I speaking anything beyond science? It's only science. All basic science. So now, what we are looking, we want to increase the thing. So what we are looking at here is, there are branches. Okay. Here, taproot in dicots with the secondary roots. Okay. With the capillary roots which you are not at all given focus to. Capillary roots are not being focused at all. Right? Nobody is given the focus. Simple to raise your yield now. What we are doing? So now, there is a ratio between the shoot root ratio, we know. There is a ratio between those two. So now what happens is, this branch trunk, we know, branches we know, the small branches we know, twigs we know, all those we know the main root, we know the secondary root, we know the capillary roots. So now all this food prepared, which has to be stored for the yield. I saw a ragi seed today, 8 days from now, 6 days from now, they are going to sprout. They start with 2 leaves. The leaf are yellow. First. Next day, they start become light green, and they start, what they happen? They start producing the food. So, the moment they start producing the food, they have to start storing it for their children, for the yield. So, what they do, they start storing. Now, if you got to start storing, the preparation of the food should be in proportion to the storing capacity. If it is not in a position to store more, if I am not going to eat more than 3 chapatis, if you stuff me 6 chapatis, what will happen? 3 chapatis? You cannot stuff. So the same way, the food prepared should be enough to the storage capacity of the branches, the trunk, the taproot, the secondary roots. Okay, they will go like this also. You can see also. So it should be in proportion. So now, when the proportion has to be increased, now I have to increase the size of the leaf. I have to increase the number of the leaves. So what I have got to do? I have to increase the canopy. Now ring ಬರಿಬೇಕು, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇರಬೇಕು. What I have got to do? I have got to increase the canopy. A bigger umbrella has got a bigger surface area. The same way, the canopy is increased, the number of leaves increases. Okay, now we have got to increase the size. So what you got to increase the size? That we'll see at around 7 o'clock in the night. How we are going to increase the size. Now we'll look at the numbers. So now I have to increase the size of the canopy. What I am going to do now here? When I have got to increase the size of the canopy, there is a relationship between the feeder roots and the canopy. There is a relationship between the feeder roots, capillary roots and the canopy. The canopy will grow to the extent where the feeder roots are there. This is not your feeder root. This is not your feeder root. This is there to hold the tree plant from falling. The deeper the root goes, deeper the foundation, the taller the building. Deeper the foundation, the taller the plant. The wider the thing, you are seeing in Krishna Gokulashtami and all, when they in the televisions you should have seen, the higher the pot, they are hanging. More the people, more the pyramid, wider, right? The same way, the more the canopy, wider the roots. More they go like that, the holding is no falling. No uprooting in natural forming. It will be falling. Come on. It might break. But no toppling in natural forming. Banana trees will not topple. With 60 kg load, no support, they will not fall. How will we do that? We'll see. So now, what we are doing, we are increasing the canopy. If you got to increase in the canopy, you cannot do anything like whatever I told. So now, what you are going to do, you have to take this feeder root forward. What is the work of the feeder root here? It has to go in search of food and water. What should it do? It should go in search of food and water. So now what we are doing mistake here? We are going for a basin method. Around a mango tree, around a coconut tree, around a coconut tree, 3 feet, 6 feet, 9 feet, basins we are creating. World over science is told basin technology is a failure. Why? There are no feeder roots here. What is the size of your coconut tree? 20 feet from here? Right? 16 feet from here? What is the size of your mango tree? 16 from the center? 20 from the center? Arcanite tree, 5 feet from the center? What are we doing? For arcanite 2 to 3 feet, for coconut 6 to 8 feet, for mango 8 to 10 feet. But where are your feeder roots? There. Where are they? There. But what are you doing? You are not allowing them to go there. You are not allowing them to go there. You are bringing everything, giving everything, stuffing everything to your child at home. What will happen to him? He will sit at home and he will become a nobody. Right? He will sit at home and he will become a waste body. The same way, when you are giving it here, what is the work of the secondary root to go? Not necessary. Because if it has to go, who should lead? The capillary root should lead. When they are not leading, they are here because you are giving water here, you are manuring here, you are fertilizing here. So they will not go forward. What happens? The clumping of the roots. See, whenever a tree is uprooted, in all farming techniques except natural farming, you will see a coconut tree with just a 2 to 3 feet or 4 feet stump at the bottom, right or wrong? Right or wrong, madam? You see a lot of things in your, especially horticulture. When it's uprooted, what happens? You will see no roots at all, which are expanded, right? There is a big tree, forget about coconut. There is a big mango tree which falls down. You cannot see a secondary root gone forward on small stumps. Why? What have you done? Who has crumpled it here? Who has cramped it there? Who? You have done it. So who should correct it now? Can the tree correct it? Can the plant correct it? So who has to correct it now? So now we have to understand the science. The feeder roots are there to go in search of food and water, nutrient in the chemical ion stage. In natural farming also, all the nutrients required are in the mineral chemical form only. We want it in the ion stage. All are chemicals, but not synthetic. Synthetic is what we bring from the bags. Okay, so now we have to take this roots forward. If you want to take this root forward, what is the work? To go in search of food and water. So the moment you sow a seedling, moment you sow a seed, what are you going to do? You have to give water and manure where? At the point. At the point. It's a new infant which is grown. What does the mother do? She puts her on her lap. She lifts her lap to feed the child. Right? So, put it on her lap. Feed her there only. Next thing, what happens? Then this starts sprouting. This starts growing. So what are you doing? Next phase is we are increasing the basin. We are increasing the basin. Now what is the mother doing here? She is allowing the child. Now he is 6 to 8 months old. Now what is it she wants? She wants him to grow much faster. He wants the child to grow much faster. What she does? She mixes all this proteinous food and makes it into a paste, and she starts calling the child, ba 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 ba. Acha, acha beta, acha. Vamane, vamane. They will keep calling. They will start calling the child because they want to see the child grow faster, bigger, right? They want them to go to third standard the moment they start walking. So that's what they do. Now we want to do your increasing thing. Now the child starts crawling. That's when you bring the water further out. Then comes a stage wherein you will walk and sit on the dining table or in the kitchen. That's when you bring water to the center. Beyond that, you cannot do anything. Finally is I can walk. Beyond this, can I do anything? Can I develop anymore? The thing is, the moment I can walk and come to the place of my dining table and sit and eat, till such time you bring the water out. So now you know, science has taught us, knowledge has taught us, a coconut tree will grow 30 to 32 feet in canopy size. An arcanut tree will grow to 8 to 10 feet in canopy size, right? Diameter. Same way, you know, a tomato plant will grow up to 3 feet. So you know everything. So what we are doing? We are bringing water to the center. There is a plant here now, there is a plant here now. So now, once you start taking the water out, what will happen? The canopy will start following. The canopy will start following the moment it goes forward until there is a demarcation between the two plants. So now you have increased the canopy. Leaves are production because the canopy is growing, that plant is growing taller. Taller, trunk, taller. Now I know I will not fall, I have gone tall because she has gone down. Now I know these roots are going to the side, I will not trip. So this is becoming bigger. The branches are growing forward, they are becoming bigger, 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 bigger. The moment the roots are going forward, a small root like this starts, right? They become bigger. The root going down, small, big, 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 and it starts going down, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet. Now the storage is increased, the leaves have increased, the storage have increased, the preparation will decrease, right or wrong? Increase. So once the preparation is increased, the storage is increased, the yield will simple. You want to increase the sugar cane to 100 tons, not an issue. Not an issue. Who told it's an issue? Yes, sometimes in some places it may be 35 tons, 40 tons, 50 tons, 100 tons. We have cleared 100 tons. So it is the science behind here. What does this capillary root do? Please, dear friends, have any time you have thought, you have studied, importance has been given to this? Have you any time given, madam? Any time anybody is told? No. Okay, you don't believe that? We'll take it like this now. It's raining heavily. I go below a mango tree. I go below a peepal tree. I go below a neem tree. Which one? It's raining heavily. Does it fall on me? I am below the tree. Does it fall on me? No. Until it's very heavy and it goes up a long time, it will not fall. But all the water is falling where? Once the rain stops, you will see, this is the tree, all around the tree canopy, you will see the drip marks. What are drip marks here? Because the water falls from a night, this soil here is disturbed, the soil will splash, then a small dip is done. So here you see all this drip marks here. This is called the drip line. Then do you think the tree is full, not to water itself at the trunk? ತಾಳ್ಮೇಲೆ ಉಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅದೇನು ದಡ್ಡ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, It is not. It knows where it has to give water, because why is it giving water here? Because its roots are there. The capillary roots, the roots which take food and water are there. This is in nature, but what we are doing? Basin or drip, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. So we are not allowing them to grow. I do everything. This engineer does nothing. This fellow is an idiot. This fellow is stupid. That's what people call me. I am not telling you. This engineer. He does nothing. He doesn't give 1 drop of Jivamrita. He doesn't add 1 cow dung. But still he is getting. He doesn't water properly. He is a faltu fellow, vagabond. He will not come to the farm. Huh? But still he is okay. But I do everything. My yield is not even that much. So what you are doing everything? You are doing everything to get nothing. We will see how a plant will say, will talk to you in the next session. So before stopping at that one, increasing the yield is very simple. And now we will just conclude this session with the what is zero budget natural farming once again. Just a small thing and you will understand. See, we all know a plant requires nutrients to grow. We all know plants require 16 nutrients. That's what you talk about. NPK, magnesium, calcium, this NPK, magnesium, calcium, molybdenum, okay, 16 minerals that is required. Nutrients are required. Even in the forest it is required, right, wrong, otherwise it will not grow. So there is a single plant, okay, and all sciences, whether it is natural farming, whether it is organic farming or any farming, chemical farming, and something was written RP. What is that? RP. Regular package of RPP. Right, I am good. So RPP, whatever it is, they say nutrients are required for a plant growth. But there are 2 school of thoughts here. 2 school of thoughts for the same single principle. What is that thought? The first thought says, there is nothing in the soil. There is nothing in the soil. It is just a mixture of mud, soil, mixture of small pieces of stones and the leftovers of very minute organic waste matter. So there is no nutrient in the soil for a plant to grow. You have to add everything from top. You have to bring everything from outside. So you have to put everything from top. The next school of thought, these everything from outside, everything from top are all, you know, where all we bring fertilizers, we bring organic manure, everything. We are bringing everything from outside, from the traditional methods to the modern techniques. We are sitting on this thing. Farm manure is for growing of the plant, to give the nutrients to the plant. Now there is another school of thought. There is everything in the soil for a plant to grow. There is everything for a plant to grow in the soil. She is Mother Annapurna. She is Mother Annapurna. You need not put anything from top. Nothing required from top. So she is Mother Annapurna. The deeper you go in the soil, the nutrients required for a plant growth are in more quantity. If you have got 2 kgs of phosphate here, 2.1, 2.5, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. The deeper you go. Potash will not be in the potash form, all of us know. It will be in the silicate forms. The deeper you go, there will be more quantity. This was told in 1924 by Clark and Washington. 2 super specialist geologists, world famous geologists who came to India and dug holes and checked out and gave the thing in 1924. The Royal Society of England now told, the deeper you go in the soil is rich with nutrients, and this rich nutrient soil is brought to the top by earthworms. The nutrient-rich soil at the bottom is brought up to the top by the earthworms, by the activities of the earthworms. This was told by Royal Society of England. The deeper you go in the soil, it is nutrient-rich. Even our research center at Solapur and Gulbarga told the same thing. The deeper you go in the soil, it is nutrient-rich. Now a question comes. Okay, sir. Fine. You are telling is good. So what I am going to do, this is my farm. I am not in a position to grow anything here. It has become inert. It has become barren. You are telling go deep. I will take out 3 feet of mud. Throw it out. Now I will grow here. Then also it won't grow. Now you understand? The deeper you go in the soil, it is rich. But the deeper you go in the soil, you take out this topsoil. First of all, it is not going anything here. You take out this 3 feet and throw it away and try to grow on this piece. Still it won't grow. Why? You don't have any microorganisms or converting bacteria, anything here, organic matter. It is an inert soil. So we will see now how to make this, bring this to life. How to do everything. What is this Mother Annapurna? Annapurna means full of nutrients, nothing. It's not the name of the God. Annapurna means she is full of nutrients required for the plant growth. So we'll look into that one, and at this stage, I think Annapurna is ready. We'll fill our the trunk, the roots, everything, and come back. I hope I am not putting into boredom. Or do you think it's too lengthy? I think we have to go in this process, right, madam? Do you feel anything? Please, anything if you tell me, I will be knowing, because normally with Dharwad, GKVK, everything we have. That was 2 days, much slow. Your Arkalgur District Agriculture Training Center, Kavita madam, AD. Oh, she had this Zoom program. She came to know about me, then she called up. Do you know the Zoom program what we are given? Like this, in front of the board, front of the mobile. Every session was 2 hours 45 minutes, not stopping to drink water. The mobile would not stop, the program would not stop going. And I have given 16 episodes every second day. So you can understand the vastness of the subject. So we have to cover everything in our own interest. As I told you, there is no child, there is no youngster to work in the farm. We are facing a lot of problems. Honestly, when you go outside, it is terrorizing. It is terrorizing. Literally, see, all my ears gathered. If you just think there are no children, there are no youngsters to work in the farms, to grow for us, see. Another 10 years, what is going to happen? We have to do something. We have to see that the returns are there. If we can save this 2.5 lakh crores, give them as the incentive to grow this one. At the same time, the yield should never drop. Sir was telling the yield is 30%, 40%, really is fearing. But we'll increase it. We'll increase the yield. We'll stop importing of the pulses. We'll stop importing of the oil seeds. All things can be done when you go for natural farming. Subhash Palekar Krushi. With this, I think any questions you have got on this, what you spoke, or I continue the next session, the questions can be added up, I think, because we are just started. Is that okay? Thank you. 20 minutes is lunch break. 20 minutes. Now it is 1:40. 2 o'clock, I will be on the stage with the subject. I will be very, very fast. Okay, yeah, 30 minutes. All are wondering. See, my friends started crying. 20 minutes, no, I cannot eat. 30 minutes, please. Let us, we have got too short of time.
Telangana people. ಎದುರಿಸುತ್ತಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ. Officers from Telangana are very prompt. I see 4 of them here. You're from Telangana, right? You're from Telangana. He's from Telangana. And from Maharashtra. All are from Karnataka. The major problem is some of them feel we are going from the very basics. But the errors we have committed while following the basics, we are seeing the problems which are being faced by the farmers today. Dear friends, when I say the soil is Mother Annapurna, it's my duty to also liberate the knowledge behind this decrease the speed of the fans, otherwise there will be sound in the. So now, when I say soil is Mother Annapurna, దానికి బియ్యం జాస్తి అయింది. ಸರಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಕೆಲಸುತ್ತಾ? So let us go to the forest. So where do we see these natural processes? Let us understand the natural processes which are happening in the forest below that huge tree. What we see below that huge tree? The first and foremost thing, when you are watching below this huge tree, you will see the droppings of wild animals. Those who have come to graze there to eat the fruits which have fallen down, the leaves, the twigs which have fallen down, the green leaves and the grass which is grown below, they have come there in herds to eat, and you see the droppings of that animals there. Next, when you minutely watch, you can see some maps, demarcation on the boundary of the figures. It will be white in color, demarcation.
for the taste and all, you have to take the other nutrients which are required, the combination of other nutrients to make them the taste. ಇದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? So now, friends, so how are these nutrients made available to the plant? These nutrients are made the actinomycetes and the earthworms. In the bacteria, microorganisms, we have got the decomposing bacteria and the converting bacteria. So, when I have planted this seed or sown this seed, they are not growing to the required thing. They are not growing to the required seed or not giving us the required yield. So what is happening here? In the same thing, another plant is coming, but this plant is not growing. How is that? That is just because you do not have, this soil is Annapurna, accepted. She is full of nutrients, accepted. But these nutrients are not in the form which the plant needs. These nutrients are not in the form what the plant needs. For example, when the plant breathes, it cannot segregate the nitrogen, right? When it breathes, can it segregate the nitrogen? I have been given a cup of tea. Okay, Mr. Prasanna, you are an expert. Take this cup of tea. See that you drink sugar on this side, milk on this side, from this teacup. Is it possible? We cannot segregate. We have to drink the whole thing. In the same way, when the plant requires the nutrient, it is in such a form wherein it cannot take in its own self in the way the nutrient is available. As I told you, and the first and foremost thing what we should know is, the soil does not contain nitrogen. Nitrogen is the only nutrient which will be absent in the soil until and unless you make it into the humus form. Until and unless it is made into the humus form and deposited in the soil, there will be no availability of nitrogen in the soil. What we think, by doing aerogreens or by green manure, take trenches in the soil, deposit all these things and cover the soil. Do it at the stage of flowering, 40 days, right? That's what it is told. 40 days, you have to cut it and deposit into the trench, right? And cover the soil. That is aerogreen. But is it correct? Whenever you cut a plant, before the flowering stage, the carbon in that plant body is volatile state. The carbon in that body is in the volatile state. The moment it comes in contact with the atmospheric oxygen, it's just like traveling in a train. We will meet a lot of people, we talk to them, everything, they get us burfi, they get us kulfi, we eat, we get them, which place we think, love, another 50, 100 kilometers, my station comes without even telling them, we just get down and go away. That is the bonding between the carbon in the soil. When you cut that plant or tree before the flowering stage, the carbon is volatile. Now, we allow it to go into pods, just the green pods before maturation. Now it is in the unstable state. It will stay in the soil. It will stay in the soil for a certain period of time. Once again, when in the actions in the future, but I don't think we can cover that. A lot of people are asked to close it at 5:30. So I am winding it up at 5:30. Probably they have not come, those who want to wind up. I don't know. That's what our friend told. You are going from the basics, just jump the track and close the subject. I don't think, let me tell very frankly, give full or nothing. That's our policy. Right, madam? You will have nothing. Why you tell halfway through and then try to pluck the flower, the flea, the balloon and all in the air? It will not happen. Right, sir? This is a different concept. You have studied all these things, but how we are linking everything together, that's what we are doing. We are doing nothing. That's what you have taught. You have researched, right? You people have given, but we are linking the things, that's all. We are the tailors, just stitching the things together. So, before a thing, it's in an unstable state, it will stay for a very small time. When the anaerobic, when you close the soil, what happens? There is no entry of the air. You have put all wet things. So what it starts? It starts decaying. When it decays, what happens? You will get a foul smell. Foul smell means pathogen. Anaerobic reaction. Okay, when anaerobic reaction happens, then the pathogens are released. When the ammonia of the thing which is released there, then the carbon, when the presence of the moisture is converted into carbonic acid. That is when they react with other nutrients, and there is a lot of process which goes behind that. We want quite some time to explain with full figures. Okay, so nothing called covering the soil. It is just like this. I prepare a food. My mother has prepared food, rice. She forgot to cover it, she went. She goes 2 to 3 days for a marriage and comes back. But you still see the rice which the plate has been kept open. Has it gone stale? It will not go stale. You will see the raw rice. Rice once again losing its water. On the top layer it has become hard. It is going to wapas attain its position of rice from the boiled rice. Right? That's what you see. Hard ones. Kata kata kata. Right? But she closed the dish. She went out for 2 days. She comes back and I even not opened the vessel. Once you open the vessel, there will be a lot of fungus on the top and it smells rot. Come on, throw it out, throw it out. The moment it is dished into the bin, why is this happening? You are covering with the cold thing inside, which has got moisture. Nothing should be closed. So, in natural farming, in the forest, what you see, all the things which have fallen are on the top of the soil. That is called mulching. Once you close it, you are allowing the rotting process. Once you open it, even we suggest trenches. But you have to fill everything, the mulch material there, but do not close. There is a decomposing activity. If you close it, there is a rotting activity, pathogens, and all the diseases related to fungal attacks. Very simple. So now what do you have to do? Don't close, keep it open. You are saving, it should take its time. Just because I got my salary, or I building, I got my bill, I bring 1 bag of rice. Myself and my wife. How much will she cook? How much will she cook? 2 kgs? 5 kgs of rice for 2 people? How much? 200 grams, right? Only for the requirement. That is when mycorrhiza will come to play. We will go to mycorrhiza. We will go step by step, step by step. Decomposition should happen as per the requirement of the plant. Not shoving something into the mouth. Some children will not be eating, will be saying, hey, you look there, blah, blah, blah. With all those things they will be shoving into the child. The child doesn't want it, right? We should not do that. Only when the child asks for its food, you have to give the food. That's how we will see what is the process that's going to behind this keeping it open. So now, the third and best stage is when the tree or the plant is totally mature. The parts are mature totally. The leaves have yellowed. Now the twigs have started drying, the branches have started drying. The plant is totally mature. The mother is finished her job. She is going to the grave. A plant, you see, a pigeon pea, red gram. After they finish their maturity of the thing, what happens? The plant will go to heaven. So that is the time of maturation. At that time, you chop the thing if required. Otherwise, allow it to dry on its own, fall on its own. Why do you do that work of chopping it? Until unless you have got something harvesting to be done there, you are afraid of something is there in the bushes and all those things. Till such time you should not chop. First place, why should you go inside? Why should you first place go inside? Not required. We'll see why when the plant will say you have to come inside, when the plant says it does, you do not come inside. So now, after the plant is totally matured, put it onto the soil, cover the soil, that is called the mulch. Now, what will happen? This soil is full of nutrients. But what is happening? This soil is full of nutrients, but in the, let us assume it is a paddy seed. What? 100 kgs of paddy seed, but not 200 grams of rice. If some guests come to my house, what will happen? Can I cook the food? No. We have to break this paddy, hull it and make it into rice and cook the food. Right? In the same way, whatever is the nutrient required by the plant is not available in the plant until in the soil until unless the pH is almost neutral, 6.5 to 7.2. If it is varying beyond that, each nutrient will act a different form. So now, first I told you there is no nitrogen in the soil. Now this nitrogen, which is 78.6% in the atmosphere in the form N2, is to be given to the plant. So this plant breathes. It comes down. When you are going for a leguminous plant, the nodules are formed on the right on the roots, and the atmospheric nitrogen, which is inert, N2, is converted in the form which is required by the plant, leguminous plant. So it converts that nitrogen into the required form and gives it to the plant. Okay, for its growth. So it gives that nitrogen which is required, and the remaining, this is a factory, it is not a godown. The rhizobium colony is not a godown, the nodule is not a godown, it is just a factory. Just increase its size. How is it increasing its size? 1, 2, 20, 40, 80, 100, 200, lakhs. They are increasing the size of the factory, but not the godown, it is not a godown. So the required thing for the plant is given, the remaining is secreted outside. So now, when you have got your leguminous plant, I have got my monocot plant here. These roots, what they do? They take this nitrogen in the available form for the plant. They grow happily. Do you need to supply nitrogen now? The nitrogen, atmospheric nitrogen, is synthesized into the form the plants require, and a portion is given to this plant, which is the host plant, and the remaining is secreted on the outside of its colony, and these roots of our crops, they take this nitrogen and they grow comfortably. So you need bring nothing, you need bring any farmyard manure, you need bring no vermicompost, you need bring no urea, anything, just intercrop of these things, monocot and dicot and monocot. So now there is a catch here. In the absence of the phosphorus and phosphorus solubilizing bacteria and the mycorrhiza, these will not work. So now, what is a mycorrhiza? Mycorrhiza is a fungus in between the lichen and the algae. Pasi teri milya? Pasi. You see the white this thing formation and the green idamma, pachi. In between them is this mycorrhiza. It is the captain of the whole system, nutrient system, which is this, he is the captain who is the controller. There are ectomycorrhizas and there are endomycorrhizas. Ecto are the ones which stay on the top of the roots, the endo are ones which go into the roots. They go into the roots, they make them, they have got a very good symbiosis with the roots of the host plants. These mycorrhiza spores will come into contact with the roots, they enter the roots or stay over the roots, and they start forming their colony, their growth. Do you know one thing? In Arizona there is one huge tree. The total length of the roots, huge tree, length of the roots, including the capillary roots and all, if you take, it is 3 kilometers. But the length of the fungus, length of this mycorrhiza fungus, when the threads are all opened and they link and take a, they go around the globe 3 times. That is the vastness of this mycorrhiza. Mycorrhiza will start from the root, it starts spreading. You have seen mycorrhiza? No, you have not seen mycorrhiza. You have seen it, but you do not know it's a mycorrhiza. I'll tell you when. When there is some heap of waste material which is fallen on your farm, okay, by the side of a tree. It is slightly moist, okay, or it is rained and after a few days it is almost moist. At that time you slowly try to shift the shredding which is fallen down. Then you see white thread-like things. Have you seen those? Have you observed? We farmers will have observed. So those things which is like a net, mosquito net, that white formation, white things which are moving, which are there, are the mycorrhiza fungus. They, in the presence of this phosphorus, the 16 molecules of phosphorus are given to make one nitrogen required form. So that happens only in the presence of the mycorrhiza. So this mycorrhiza extends beyond the root zone. Not only root zone, what we saw the root zone, this is the canopy of the tree and this is the drip line. So what we saw is, here are the capillary roots to the end. But these go beyond. Those go beyond. Beyond. What is their work now? Their work is to collect the nutrients which is required for the plant growth. Which is required for the plant growth, to take the nutrients wherever is available and only give it to the plant. In the mycorrhiza, what you say is, they are like this, and the front ones are, these are called the hypae, which move forward in all directions, and these knots, orbicles, this is where the nutrients which are collected from the soil are deposited. Until this plant gives, the tree gives a requirement of its required nutrient, this doesn't give it to the plant. You are decomposing, it is holding it there. Until the child cries, you won't feed it, right? The same way, until the plant asks, this is not delivered to the plant. It is stored inside the body. After the maturity of the plant, when the final thing, everything is ready, now the full plant, the seeds, everything has to be matured, that is when this will give its life for the plant. It will die and the host plant will take it, all the nutrients which is available in that, and the final thrust of all your fruits and everything what you see. Wonderful symbiosis between the mycorrhiza fungus and the roots of the plant. So they are in a non-available form. So grow the legumes in the monocot, dicots, monocots, and in that, once again, there should be legumes. Because the dicot plant has got the ability to store more nitrogen, so when it use it as a mulch, they get more nitrogen to the soil. But when there is a leguminous plant, leguminous tree, in the horticulture, you cannot keep on growing the short-term crops. Your areca, because see, I'll tell you, coconut, arecanut, banana, cocoa, coffee, below that flowering trees, flowering plants, then below that chili, all those things, vegetables, then you have got the roots, ginger, turmeric and all, mulching everything. We grow so many things. In an acre of a coconut plantation, wherein you grow maximum 40 coconut trees, we grow 2,750 trees in that 1 acre. Every 4.5 feet, one plant or tree will be there. How are you placing that? How is then, we'll see in the future, for that full 2,750 trees or plants, only 10 kg of cow dung is enough. Which is not enough for even a banana plant. One pan of cow dung is not even enough for a banana plant, but you are having 2,750 plants, and that's more than sufficient. Okay. So now, these nutrients, the nitrogen is taken care of. We'll see how we'll place the plants in the intercropping. Because see, now I get confused when you tell the time, you chop my time now. Now I am getting confused how to go, where to go, move, because I had a different plan. No, man, you chop my time now. Now I am getting confused where to go, where to move. Okay, so next one is the phosphates. Urea is taken care of. Now we are going for the phosphates. So these phosphates, we require the phosphate solubilizing bacteria. When the pH is beyond 7.2, then the phosphates will be in the divalent orthocalcium parent. Divalent means the two particles of the phosphorus are held together. If it crosses 9, then what happens? It will be trivalent. 3 particles are held together. Now the plants cannot take it. So you have to stabilize the soil, but stabilizing is ruled out, not immediate. So what happens? These phosphate solubilizing bacteria will throw 17 type of acids onto these divalent and trivalent particles. That's when they break it, because they will easily, they will be soluble in this acids. They solve their, what do you say? They are solubilized and the plants take them in the required form and the plants grow. Phosphate is in abundance, nothing to worry. Only your care you have to see is only nitrogen. Any plant, anywhere on earth, main care you have to take is about nitrogen. The third most important is potash, NPK. But the potash, once again, there is a huge saying, there is no potash in the soil. I had viewed arguments with very senior officials from the department, very senior, who sits in Vidhan Sabha and all. Prasanna, forget it, there is no potash in the soil. Yes, I do accept. It is not in the potash state, it is in the silicate state. So the Bacillus siliceus, bacteria which are in the soil, they convert the silicates into potash and give it to the plants, and the plants grow. In the same way, your magnesium, which goes with the antioxidants in the soil, they do their job. All calcium, potassium, and what all these nutrients do in the plant body, you know it better, so I will not touch that subject. So all these nutrients which are in the non-available form are made into the available form and given to the plant, and the plant grows. So now, there is a catch. Where is the industry to convert them? My soil is barren, and early in the morning when you started the program, you yourself have told 36 of the soil has lost its topsoil. And 80% will be losing. That's what you told. And we also know the organic carbon in Indian soil, agriculture soil, is not even 0.3. Right, madam? Do you know how much it is for desert? Much lesser than the desert. So all of Karnataka, all of Rayalaseema, all of Telangana, Hyderabad are all better, not better than deserts. Second biggest desert in the country, do you know? Karnataka. After Rajasthan, it's Karnataka. So you should understand, what is a desert? It is not. It doesn't grow. Nothing grows. Simple. So now what are we going to do? We are taken up all the nutrients, but if you have to take up all these nutrients, there should be the presence of the microorganisms, the funguses, the active microbes. But if they have to be there, they require energy. If the energy is required, then there should be organic matter in the soil. There should be carbon deposition in the soil that gives them the energy. If the carbon is to be deposited in the soil, it cannot be deposited in the soil without the presence of the nitrogen. This carbon combines with 10 particles of carbon or atoms of carbon, combines with 1 atom of nitrogen and becomes the humus. Humus, which is the heart of the soil. Now you deposit this into the soil, it will retain there. It will be there. It is the heart of the soil, the humus. So now, if you have to increase the humus, what you have to do? You have to mulch the soil with carbon, carbonous material and nitrogenous material. That is monocot and dicot. more of dicot and less of monocot. So once you, because in the thing we saw 48,000, more than 3/4 are dicot, you have to put more of them onto the soil with the nitrogenous leguminous waste of the straw of the plants. So then this humus is formed. Now, lot of people we are seeing their stubble burning is happening and all these things. So they are going for dibbling, just spreading the paddy straw and dibbling with that. They are doing a wonderful job so that they are stopping this one. But say, once again what is happening there is the nitrogen CN ratio is 1:80 there. In the paddy, the CN ratio is 1:80. 1 is nitrogen, 80 parts are carbon. So now, 1 nitrogen combines with 10. So 1 nitrogen combines with 10, left out is 70. What will happen? They will go back. Once they decompose, what they should happen? They will go back. Instead of going by the smoke, they are, once again, carbon dioxide. They are going back to the carbon cycle in the atmosphere. So what we have got to do, this stubble burning should not be done. Fine. When you are planting paddy in the mulch, making way for it and planting mulch, you see that in between the paddy you dibble legume seeds, paddy straw. This is the straw. All mulch is only mature material. So in between the paddy you grow like we grow this thing, dryland paddy, wherein every 4 or 5 lines will be this thing, rows will be paddy, and the 5th or 6th row, 2 rows will be black gram, green gram, depending upon we are early summer, because the monsoon in our part of the place, Karnataka, we get the early summer rains, wherein we go for black gram and green gram. That's those two. The wonder of those two things is they grow by residual moisture. That's what Madam correctly pointed out. So it's very easy. So like that, we are now you have to dibble the seeds of the legumes in between. Once they grow up and they fall onto the stubble or the mulch, they are getting that extra nitrogen and they get deposited into the soil. So we have to see that how, yes, things have been happening, how we can improve. You have to improve the nitrogen content. So only possibility is by growing the leguminous plants. Simple. So now all these microorganisms, all these bacteria, fungus, actinomyces, whatever in the soil is required is given to the plant and plant grows. But there is one more thing which feeds this plant. They are the earthworms. The earthworms. They burrow the holes, come onto the top, excrete their excreta, go back somewhere, come here somewhere, excrete, go here, come here, go here, come here, go here, go there. So we saw in the morning, the deeper you go in the soil, it is rich in nutrients and it is brought to the top by earthworms. Now the earthworms, where are these earthworms? We know that just 4 granules of whatever you are throwing to grow the plants, put it into your mouth. What happens? 5 people have to be there. Right? You are spraying so much for the tiny things. Just 4 drops. Anyone has the guts? I'll give 1 crore. 4 drops. Anybody has got the guts? I'll give 1 crore. Put it in the mouth. What happens? This 70 kg body, 5 people. Simple. So when that is the case, what will happen to these tiny worms? They have run away from the murdering poisonous chemicals. They have gone to your buns. They are gone to your buns and here they are in the super hibernation or samadhi state. They are in the super hibernation or samadhi state. The moment you give the smell, the aroma of the cow dung here, immediately they will get up and come there. Now you have got a question. What is that question? Okay, you are telling the earthworms have gone eaten and they go down, where the moisture level is enough for it, and here they go to super hibernation. They go there, sleep, deep sleep, Kumbhakarna. The moment you give it here, on the top, what happens? They immediately get excited, agitated, and they start coming to the top. You have got a question now. If there is super hibernation samadhi, we don't believe it. I will give an example. What is this example now? You go out, I will send all of you together. You go out in search of all of Shivamogga. Just bring a frog on the surface. Just bring a frog from the surface of the Shivamogga plains now. I will give 1 lakh rupees to each one of you. Is it possible now? Now? But it rains, the clouds accumulate and it starts raining. If you drops on this thing, what do you see? You cannot sleep. N numbers of toads, big ones, small ones, everything. Kappa, 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 jumping around. Where were they? Where were they? Who was feeding them? They are in the hibernation, deep sleep. So you now can relate earthworm and hibernation in this, right? And there is another question. If at all, how is this scent? How is this scent goes to such a depth, or how it invites the earthworms? Okay, now I switch off all the thing. It's 7:30 in the night now. I just place a jaggery there, jaggery piece there. That is, which is natural. Now this chemical one you keep, you throw full over the floor, not a single ant will come. They know it is poison. They will come only to the natural ones. So you keep somewhere, hide it. Okay. Then go to the TV, bring all the TV people and tell, I have done it here. Give the newspaper advertisement. I have done the jaggery below this table here at the right hand corner. Do you do that? But once you come in the morning, what do you see? Full soldiers. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Who are those? Ants. Now who gave them the signal? Where were they? How did they get the signal? How did they get the aroma? This is nature. They can send you to such a distance. The same way. Now you have got one more doubt here. How the earthworm comes? See, when you are walking in the farm, even in your agriculture farms, university farms, you will see the cow dung will have fallen. Okay. In the morning you go, while coming back, you just roll over the cow dung. If you have not done it, roll over tomorrow or day after when you go back after 10 days. Roll it over, you will see holes. Who are the ones who have done the holes? Wherein even the JCB cannot dig. It's hot summer. Even the JCB cannot dig the soil. In such a state, who are the insects which have made the holes? One is the cow dung roller, the other one is the earthworm. Who are they? Simple. We have seen everything. We have seen everything. We are not bringing it into practice. That's it. We are saying there is no earthworm, so bring it from the thing. So there is nothing called dying. Just give them the climate and the atmosphere, the environment. They will come by their own. They will start working. So the nutrients are deposited onto the top soil by the earthworms. Their roots, feeder roots, dear friends. Morning, even Chandrasekhar sir was very, very particular when he was telling, don't go for deep harrowing. Why? So the deep harrowing, the feeder roots, maximum 96% on the top 6 inches layer. They are in the top 6 inches layer. So it will be very careful when you are going to harrow, when you are going to deweed, when you are going to do intercultivation. You have to be very, very careful. Not go for a deep plow, because you will be cutting these. Once you cut this one, we saw in the morning, the food is stored in the trunk, the branches, the thing, the roots, tap root, mother root, secondary roots and all. So what we are going to do? We are going to cut this. The store is gone. The process, they lose the food. Now I cut my finger. It rains, or you water, irrigate. It rains, or I irrigate this one. I put water onto this one. What happens here? When there is a cut, the wound will become much worse. The pus will form. If you forget it, leave it like that, gangrene. A few more days, So once you have done this one, there is excessive watering. The first signal given by the plant is yellowing of the leaf. First you see a small must, whitish formation, like dust. First thing it will show, I have got a light cold. That's when we have to be very careful. So we have done the mistake here. We'll see once again in the future how we are going to observe what are the problems the plant is facing. So like this now, it is in the top 6 inches, 96% of the feeder roots are in the top 6 inches. We have to be very careful when you are plowing or harrowing. And when you go for a deep plow, what happens is, because the roots are here, what we are going to do, when you go for a deep plow, you take this one and put it down. Where the topsoil goes, it goes down. And the bottom soil, which is not full of nutrient, comes to the top. When you sow your seeds, where they should have got the mother's first foot is gone down. Inert food, soil is on top. So there is a problem with the growth of the plant. So you should be very careful when you are plowing. Even the first plow or the final plow, we have to be very careful. We should not go for a deep plow. And madam was asking a question, it should be by bullocks. Somebody was asking. There are no cows at all. So where is the question of bullocks? No cows, madam. There are no cows at all. There are no oxen at all. When there is no cow, who will tend an ox? There are no oxen. So you have to go for a tractor alone. So when you go for plowing with a tractor using a cultivator, you see that the soil is not too very soft. Please listen here. When you are plowing using a tractor, be very careful to see that the soil is not too very soft. That is the time when you have to take. Otherwise the tire and everything will press the thing. And you have to be doubly sure when you are plowing the thing. See, there are a lot of weeds which have grown in the field when it rains. So nowadays what is the practice is to use a rotary. Right? The rotary which chops up the weeds. So you are using the rotary, what you are doing, you are hardening the soil much more dangerously than the cultivator. Because rotary has got knives, the flats, which hits at such a speed. So once the rotary is gone, you do nothing. Just throw a liter or 2 liters of water on the where the rotary is done, and just try to do like this. When you have poured water, what should happen? Your leg should go up to here, but you will bang thing and you will get the pain of your life here, because within the just 1 inch below, the soil is totally hardened. So if you are using the rotary, please tell the farmers, if they are using the rotary to care of these weeds because they have grown too much and we don't get the people to chop them off and pull them out today. So when you are using the rotary, to once again use the cultivator. After it rains, to use the cultivator, they have to loosen the hard soil. Otherwise the soil will be like this. If rainwater falls onto this, it will take up the top 1 inch soil. The top soil is taken off very speedily if you are using rotary instead of the cultivator. This is what I am saying, rotavator. No, you use it. That's what I told. When there are weeds, there is no other option. We have to use the rotavator. It will chop. It will be more. Sir, today, you know one thing. The tractor will be going in the front. Earlier, at least 4 or 5 people would run sowing. Right? Today, no, sir. sitting on the tractor and throwing the manure and the seeds. What to do with farming, God only knows. Sometimes I feel something has gone wrong, some nuts are loose, we are trying to teach. Who is going to take up farming? That's a big problem. Honestly, they are sitting on the tractor and broadcasting the seeds, broadcasting the fertilizers, broadcasting the manure. Which one, sir? Using the rotavator? Sir, there are, when you are using the rotavator, you will be chopping up the thing and servos telling the seeds will be broadcast and the straight stems will once again, the roots which get in contact with the soil, once again they will grow. That's what I told you. Once you use the rotavator, after next rains, use the cultivator. So first loosen the soil. Next what happens, whatever the organic matter is left out in bigger pieces, they accumulate and they take it and throw it away. And after you are sowing your in rows, don't broadcast any seed, because today it is become very difficult to get laborers to clean the weeds in between the broadcast ones. So go for the thing and use the manual methods or whatever method you have got. Don't use the herbicides to spray. Even we have invented one tool, because it was not a forum to tell, but I am telling you, it just 2 people, up to 2 acres, they can clear the weeds within just 2 people, without any petrol, no engine, no tire, nothing. It's a patented item. So some things what is happening now, sir, what you are rightly, you people are telling rightly, telling is 100% right. But the problems today, we are trying to find out a solution to the non-availability of farm laborers. Literally not a single person, sir. Normally, this year we have not cultivated anything because we don't have rains. Normally we cultivate ragi, paddy, tur. We have left everything only for weeds to come this year. No rains. Everything is there, sir. It requires minimum to grow, minimum water is required. It's not an horticulture plant. Sir? Yes, we will talk. That is, yes. And yes, we will be talking about that also. Sure. Literally. See, when the rainfall is low, you can grow. There is nothing wrong in growing. See, sir, what we
20 days gap is there. In September, 20 days gap is there in August. I was supposed to be. That's what I am telling you. National farming should answer at least to this different context. If you follow national farming to this craft, at least you can escape moisture stress for a particular period. You can particularly grow.
No. See what we did with the farmers who are practicing. This year we started up with finger millets as usual. We had no rains, literally no rains for more than a month, you know it. So the shoots which came up, they are dried up, whether it is natural. What is the time period for the time lapse for anything without water? If the plants are bigger, it's a different issue. When the plant are just in the sapling stage, in the week, 10 days after sowing, we literally had no rains. You know it better. 1.5 month, more than 1.5 month, we had no rains. It went to a toss because we had done the 2 feet model what we are practicing to get more yield. Then we had to go for side dribbling method. In this thing, we have done it once again. They are growing, but not in my farm. My farmers' friends. Sir? Puddling for this thing, paddy. Sir, paddy, just you cross over to Sagar and all, these are also very high rainfall areas. They practice natural form. The same thing. When you are adding Jivamrita, just leave out the water. Yeah, you have to use it. Sir, this is the major problem. First thing, there are no cattle. We are finding a difficulty to give it even this 10 kg of cow dung. Let us accept the open facts. What are we trying to do? One second. And forget about the oxen. Have you seen any oxen? Anywhere? So you have to, that's what I told you, when you go for a rotavator, go to the cultivator after that. That will happen. That will happen in a very, sir, Dharwad we are given 100 pairs, that is 50 pairs. Ramnagara we donated 50 pairs. Siddhganga Mutt we have donated 50 pairs. Now Suttur Mutt we are going to donate 50 pairs to the farmers to take up Kudi Krushi, involvement Krushi. That is, I give it to a farmer, he will take care of another 10 farmers to take up natural farming. So we are in the process of giving them and working from our ends as a private people. Nobody pays us a single paisa. We work on our own in the interest of the farming, the country as a whole, and before all those things, for me, particularly myself. I should get good food and all those things. So we were working there. But as you say, oxen are just 500-600 kg and they walk on 4 legs and the imprint is very less. So there is no compression of the soil. But when you use a rotavator and when you use a tractor which is 5 tons, actually there is a thing. That's why when I told you, you have to see that the soil is not too moist. But as sir told in Konkan and all our regions here where there is heavy rainfall, options are very, very limited. Kya kare sir? You don't have ox, you don't have this one. The next option is only this. And once we go for natural farming, sir, kuch bhi nahi sir. I told madam, no, something nuts are gone wrong with us. We are trying to preach and go everywhere. That's what I was telling madam just now. I told her, no, there is not a single farm laborer. What to do? That's what I told you in the morning. No, only these grey hairs. ये मर गया साला, कुछ खाने वाला क्या मिलेगा, कौन करेगा? It is really very difficult question. Not a single person, sir. See, even this one I told in Dharwad University. There is a huge rush for BSc AG, MSc AG, everything. Just for jobs, please, not to take up farming, right or wrong. So don't feel proud, sir. Everybody is taking up BSc AG, MSc AG. I told you openly in front of the BC. There is just a software job, mechanical engineering, civil. This is for the job. These children will not go back to farming. So who is going to take up farming? Sir, very difficult. I understand the sir's pain. I am not. We are trying how best we can. What is the way to convert it? How to bring back these farmers? We are trying. Why we are trying this one is to take the support of you. You will be astonished when I say 5,000 coconuts to 50,000 coconuts within 3-4 years. But not the neighbor will come and watch it, sir. क्या करता है आप? What do you do? I told you, no, they are taking 10, 12,000, 12 lakhs per acre, but the neighbor will not come and see. 10 villages surrounding, not a single person will come and see and take it up in his farm. How do you go about? They go from here to Bijapur, they come from here to, my people from here come to Solapur and everywhere. From Telangana, lot of people have come here. But Telangana, the neighbor will not go to that farm. ये क्या हो रहा है, कैसा होता है? That's why we are trying to take your help, because you are the people who can advise them. They take your advice. Sir? Yeah, happy. I'll give you some addresses before I leave. You can go. Madam, there is a big debate about that. I went to TVS, I've been to all these people, foundations. The first thing they say is there will be a drop in yield for 5 years. In whatever question you asked, we will not be using that word because we don't want to get into debates. They tell first year there is a drop of 50%, 40, 30, 12, 10, then you come back. So if I am growing 30 bags of paddy, already 70 kgs is 21 quintals. If it comes down to 10.5, 140 crore people, it cannot become 70 crore. Right? So in natural farming there is no drop in yield. In the farmer's farm what we have seen, yes, there are some places where the soil is very sandy, red soil. We are seeing these problems where there is more of water erosion, soil erosion. But in all the other farms, even whether it is short term or horticulture, the crops are very good. The yield is very good. We are not finding much of a problem. Sri Lanka will come there. Sri Lanka we are never ready. That's what we, when we will be telling you this one, what we tell is you have got 10 acres, start with 1 kunta. Take your full experience in that, move forward. We don't tell them you have got 5 acres, start off with 5 acres. Because as I told you, we are playing with the life of the farmers. And they'll not have the guts. Doing nothing, you get everything, nobody will believe this. So we have got a lot of farms. I was talking to my friend also. The farmers were already practicing for a very long time. They grow without adding anything, no Jivamogga, Dhananjaya, just so get it. In black alluvial soil, you can show your hand inside. Take the soil like this. What is the carbon content there? Up to 1 feet you can put your hand in dry summer. Peak summer you can put your hand in. So what is the carbon content? So that is so, this is a process. But why we are explaining it is there should not be failure even in the first crop itself. We are trying our best to see that there is no drop in yield even in the first. See, when you are having finger millet with intercrops or you are having maize with intercrops, the combined yield is what you get. Right? Because the space for maize is taken away, or the maize space for millet is taken away by the intercrop, right? So it is a combined yield, the yield of the pulses and the monocots, the yield of the oil seeds, the pulses and the monocots, the yield of the oil seeds, the pulses, the vegetables and the monocots. So all this combined yield put together is more than the yield. Combined yield we have to take. When you are using your space for intercrops, every 6 feet you are having one intercrop. 16 into 400, 6,400 square feet is done. We have taken more than 15% of the land for intercrop. So I cannot expect 10 quintals of finger millet what we are getting in the full land. We are losing 15%. But once again there will be increase when you go for intercrop. That's a long process. That's what I told you. I am totally getting confused when you broke my time. We are just jumping here and there now. So okay. And to answer my friend from Tiptoe, we had this problem not only in my farm, everywhere. We go for some rains to crop some crops. In every area, we wait for those rains to crop so that we will not get stuck when the flowering stage, we do not get stuck when the maturing stage and all. So once the thing is off, we wait for the next rains after a month, 2 months later. Once again that gives and finish. There will be no crop. Only jawar or maize will be grown for the fodder. They grow nothing, no food crop will be grown. You go all over the state. This is the same thing which has happened. Once we come to the end, by the time we will be telling what are our crops, how are we following, how are we taking up the yield, everything. Surely will come. I have got coconut, I have got banana, I have got coconut. Yeah? Mango, we have got the scented variety, pickle variety. Pickle variety, the small, pickle, the small, we call appe midi. From same, this Sagara and Sissi, we took it from here. Sir? No. We'll have no problems. Nut drop, the splitting, all this things now. Sir, when there is more water, all this problem comes. All fungal attacks. The shunti kashayam and the buttermilk are the best source of eliminating those. Very simple. We'll go there. We'll go to the fourth stage when we'll go there. So now, we are explaining this to, because this is a session for philosophy, principle and technique of natural farming. We are going in that order. It is not as a farmer I come here to just liberate my experience. Even we did this in Dharwad University. We had 2-day workshop. The same thing we did. So friends, now we require lot of microbes and all the fungus and active materials, what are all we told, for the conversion of the nutrients and to supply to the plants. But now we require these many types of microorganisms and all, bacteria, funguses, everything. So where do you go? Which factory do you go? In now we are getting Pseudomonas, Trichoderma and rhizoculture and PSB culture. Some cultures are being given by the department. But we want a lot more, because we told you there are 108. What all is required for a plant? Even in the Western countries where this research on paddy is being done, they are telling more than 26 nutrients are required for a paddy growth. They are also finding what all is required extra. First 16 are given. Now they are finding out how many nutrients are required for everything. You know. So all these microorganisms which are required in the various species and what all, because rhizobium for pigeon pea is not the same for your red gram, is not the same for your horse gram, not the same. Azobacter, Azitobacter, Beigeria, Frankia, what all you say, Clostridium, Bacterium, Bacterium, Lactobacillus, what all. So all those things you cannot go and buy from the market. You can go to only one person, only one animal, only one living being, that is the local cow. The cow with a dewlap and a hump at the back. The hump at the back is all local cow. Gir, Tarpakar, Saiwal, Alikar, Krishna Ghati, Krishna Valley, whatever you say, Malnad Gidda, Pungunur, Raichur, Lal Kandari, Lal Sindhi, all these things which are having a hump on their shoulder, on the back, are all local cows. These are the, in India it is revered as a very holy animal, and we say there are 33 crore gods in the intestine of the local cow. What are the 33 gods then? From time immemorial, when this planet was only made up of rocks by the melting of the lava and all the formation, after that the single cell microorganism which started, and from there the lichen or the algae they started decomposing this soil, the rocks, and started making them into soil. So billions and billions of year conversion, and finally through going from a single cell to the plants. Before any animal, vertebrates and all those things came the plants. From that day, the ones who are providing the nutrients to these plants are these same very microorganisms. From time immemorial, to this day and every day. So they are not seen by the naked eye. They are always doing betterment for the living being. They see that the crops, the plants, the trees, whatever you grow come and give abundance of yield, and that we consume and we are all healthy and happy. So they see the continuity of the whole universe, whole globe, the continuity of all the population. So by providing the nutrients to the plant, from the plant we take the nutrients, right? We consume the plants, and the plants are consumed by the domestic animals also. Once again they consume these domestic animals, and the wild animals consume those herbivores. So when that is happening, they are seeing the continuity of the life cycle of all the living beings on the thing. They are not seen by the thing, always not seen by the naked eye, always taking care of the living beings, well-being of the living beings. Those who take care of the well-being, you have never seen God. Nobody seen God, but they always see the well-being of all the living beings. The same thing is done by this microorganism, taking care of the well-being. They are not seen by the eyes, and that's why they are called gods. 33 crore gods meant nothing. It is all the microorganisms which are favorable, effective, favorable microorganisms which convert the soil nutrients and give to the plant. That's why we call 33 crore gods. The abode of 33 crore gods. So we use the cow dung and the urine from this cow. It can be any breed. We use the cow dung and urine of this to make our culture, all this bacteria culture. So how are we going to make all this bacteria culture? So as we saw, Dr. Chandrasekhar had clearly given in these pictures. We take the first one is Bijamruta, which is a #1 seed culture, treatment culture, seed treatment. So what this Bijamruta does is, in any seed there is an anti-germinating property. So it takes care of this anti-germinating property and see that all the seeds which are developed, all the seeds which are sown are sprout and you get the plants. Bijamruta takes care of that anti-germinating property. The next one is made out of urine and cotton. It's got very good antifungal properties and antibacterial properties, antiviral properties. That's when whatever the spores which are left in the soil, when you treat this seed, what serve, only mistake what was happening there is, we should never leave the cow dung is placed in the, it is left loose into the cow urine, 20 liters, right? 20 liters of water and 5 kgs of cow dung is left loose, tied in a cloth. Next morning you have to just squeeze the thing. You should not put the cow dung inside. You have to take only the thing. Then add the cow urine. Then add the soaked supernated this thing, lime 50 grams. So filter that on and put all those things. Then only you dibble your seeds. And why we saw that they are putting in a bag and dibbling the seeds is, you take this finger millets and all, throw it into the Bijamruta. Then you have to keep searching. So put it in a bag, dip it and take it out. So that's what they were doing. But in Jivamruta, I do not know why, in Bijamruta, otherwise as sir told, there will be this waste, the cow dung which sits onto the seeds. So the form the pellets are this thing. When you are using that seed drillers, they get stuck. The next one, even when you are broadcasting or trying to sow in a row, there will be differentiation of this thing. That's why we have to filter the Bijamrita. Once you do this Bijamrita, you can use it only for 2 days. You prepare it tonight, tomorrow morning it's ready, the next day morning. Only 2 days you can use it, afterwards you have to throw it into your feed. Once again you have to take a new one. And Bijamrita is given 5 kgs of cow dung, 5 liters of cow urine, 20 liters of water. But sometimes we might be using, as I told you, for finger millet, per acre we hardly use 50 grams of finger millet seeds, that is ragi seeds, 50 grams. And we use just 2 kgs of paddy per acre of paddy. 2.5 kgs of onion seeds for 1 acre of onion. So 2.5 kgs is too less, so that you need not take this 5 kg, 5 liters and 20 liters. You can just take 1 kg, 1 liter and 5 liters. Half kg and 2.5 liters. Or 1 glass and 4 glasses. You see the requirement. Just that is 5 liters, don't prepare so much. Whatever is required according 1:4. And the change of 50 grams to lesser and lesser quantity. That is just to make the acidic property of the urine into stable form. That's all we are using that line. So like that you are going to use Bijamrita. In Jivamrita, Sarish told everything is perfect. There is no any 2 words about in Jivamrita. So you can even filter and use it in drips and sprinklers. You can filter it and use it through drips and filters, because no labor anywhere to. University will get a lot of people who are working on daily wages. Village you will not get a single person. So maximum people are using it through drips and filters, sprinklers. Options no. We need not dilute to such an extent. We can go to for the rows which are much better, but there are no options. Otherwise, you have to forget about farming only. At least here there is not much of a work. Then Jivamrita, Ghana Jivamrita, what you are doing? Ghana Jivamrita, one process what sir was telling was make it into balls. This is very tedious process, very tedious, because the ball will be this big. This whole thing to dry, it will take 1 month. So that is one of the methods. If you are free, you can keep doing. But as I told you, no. The next one, they will plaster it over to the wall. Burning. And they powder it. Once again, you have to take care to see whatever you are doing, this one, or what we give the options are. Once you mix up this 100 kg with 2 kg and all those things, jaggery and all, whatever is given, you spread it on the floor. Into a 2 to 3 inches thickness, you can spread it, and take this picasse, what we call, not the shovel, which is wide. We have got this one. No? With that one, you can every day or 2 days once, you can just turn it over. By doing that, and you have to take care to see that don't allow it to dry fully. After that, you will have to take the hammer. Once again, labor. So by your hand, after 3, 4, 5, 6 days, you will be trying, depending upon the climate, it will just break in your hands. It will be soft, it will break in your hands. It will be still wet. At the time you can powder it, and only those which are using in the seed drill, like what we use it for after when you are dibbling all these seeds, we also give manure, no, at the back. So for that only you have to make it into fine powder, take it into a sieve and add fine sand to it, because otherwise it will not flow through the seed drill. If you are going by hand, not required. You can just go about it. Then the other problem what we faced here, even I faced earlier, when you are making it to the heap and adding this jaggery and this one, red ants were major menace. We are using this jaggery water and doing it. That is when we had the menace of the red ants. So it was difficult to go once again. I would do it personally in the earlier days. Then finally what we have done now, we have changed the whole process. we are preparing this liquid Jivamrita and sprinkling over the heap of the cow dung. Heap of the cow dung and mixing it. We are eliminated that one thing. Because Jivamrita is already culture. We are once again adding that culture to this fresh cow dung with the cow urine and all those things. And only the difference is, instead of jaggery, we are using the Jivamrita and mixing it up. And when the lands are too huge, 5 acres, 10 acres, 20 acres, then for them preparing this, all these things is a big problem. So what the farmers are doing, what we have suggested is, they load their this thing, tractors, and pour this liquid Jivamrita on the top. Next day morning they will just go broadcast the thing, filling, sowing. So options are depending. Now we have to go for lot of clarifications, especially with the absence of farm laborers. We are finding this very much difficult, and more options are coming in, so you make it easy. So Jivamrita has to be given in the horticulture farm when you are starting your this thing farm, the natural farming beginners. You have to use once in 15 days. After that, once in a month is more than sufficient. But Jivamrita, I will make it once again clear. Jivamrita is told it is a liquid fertilizer in lot of places. Please, sorry, take it out of your mind. It is not a fertilizer. 10 kg of cow dung cannot become a fertilizer. Right? What is the nutrient? 0.2%, 0.8%, no sorry, nothing you can get there. So it is a microbial culture. What we saw, how the nutrients in the soil are converted and given to the plants. They are the storers of all these things. The microbes, the funguses, the actomycetes and all those things which are there in the intestine, they come out through the dung and the urine, and we make it into a culture, and this culture is once again given to the soil where that culture replicates. Because the roots are giving the sweet, the soil is moist, they get the atmosphere, once again they are replicating themselves there. Not only in the drum, even in the soil they replicate and become more and more, and they keep working more. But you have to keep replenishing. There are a lot of reasons why they lose out. So we have to, for every short-term crops, 15 to 21 days once, long-term crops, horticulture and all, once in a month. But once again, monocot, dicot, monocot, and even in the horticulture, legume plants or trees have to be there, and with a mulch. No, you can just pour on the side. No spraying. We just throw it like this. If at all I prepare, directly on the soil, directly on the plant, directly on the soil. 200 liters will be ready, no? 1 acre. Jivamrita. Then Jivamrita, you powder it and 6 to 8 bags, cement bags, no? That's enough. Powder, you before the last tilling, you just broadcast it, spread it over the farm of 1 acre. Give the last tilling, make your level the land, make your lines, dibble the seeds, and behind that one you have to give Jivamrita once again in the seed line. Pardon? No, we use the first one is when around 6 to 10 bags, depending upon if it is very red soil we go for 10, black soil and all 6 bags, 6 cement bags. It should come up to 100 kgs of dry Jivamrita. That one we will be using, and while dibbling you go behind, it should come to another 1 bag, so 7 to 10 bags. And when you are going for the second tilling, second intercultivation, not the first, when you are doing it the 15 days, when you are taking out the small beads which have grown for a bigger height, when you are debedding those, that's when we once again broadcast this another 4 to 6 bags in between the rows. Jivamrita. then you go for intercultivation. 100%. Who told no till? Who told no tilling? Who told no tilling? Who is told? Where it is told? Not here, not in this technique. No. Have you read anywhere? In the short-term crops, you have to go for intercultivation. You have to. Otherwise, you have to go for the mulch. See, what is an intercultivation? Intercultivation is a mulch, boss. It is a soil mulch, loosening of the soil. Who told this? No. You should be taken. Yes, 100%. See, I'll come to that. Okay, I'll come to that. Okay. Okay.
That also, the resource person who came, no interpretation.
No. I'll tell you what is an intercultivation, what is a mulch. What is the confusion, we'll clarify. That's not an issue. He's left lot of, now he has got a lot of e-books. Now earlier we had a series of books, 8 to 10 books. Now there is no publication. I'll give you the address of the e-books. You can call them up and they'll link you out. So now Ganajivamrita, it has to be given like when you are going for the second intercultivation, you can just broadcast in between and go for the intercultivation. So the Ganajivamrita is over. Now the next most important thing which comes is, we have finished the seed treatment, we have finished the Jivamrita miraculous microbial culture. Now we are going to the next stage, the third wheel, which is called the mulching. So what is this mulching? What is the work of mulch? Sir, you had some question. Now we will come there. So mulching. So what is a mulch? See, there are 3 types of mulch: the soil, the live, or the residue mulch. So soil mulching is what? Losing the soil in whichever way you can. It's a mulch. It's it. So before going to the soil mulch, we will go for a tea break. ಇದು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ Welcome back after the tea break. Dear friends, so mulching, there are three types of mulching. The first one is the soil mulch, the live mulch, that is the intercrops, and the straw or the residual mulch. So what are we doing in a mulch? What do you mean by mulching? Mulching is just nothing, loosening of the soil. The plowing what you do, the first plow, the final plow what you take in a hard soil and loosening of the soil, allowing the air to pass through, allowing the water which falls onto the ground to percolate through, is a major work of the mulch. So in field crops, if mulching material is available, you can always take the final plow, make the lines, everything, divulge the seed or transplant the seedlings and mulch the rows in between if you have got the material. But when we are starting, we don't have the mulch material. And also once again, as I told you, there are a lot of ifs and buts. Once again accumulating all the straw, waiting for that period, bringing it back, putting it, once again it is involving labor. Nowadays we are finding, as I told you, not a single person. It is becoming day by day very difficult to do any new things in farming. So soil mulch is the best way to loosen the soil and do all the activities of the mulching. What has to be done in growing a crop? Here what happens, when the sun strikes heavily, there is a air circulation through the pores of this loosened soil. There is an air condition created, air cooling created, wherein the effect of the sun is minimized. When the water is falling, rainwater goes. See, the plowing, final plowing, we always take care to see that it is done across the slope, final flow. So whatever water is falling, it has to jump, fill, jump, fill, jump. So it loses its total kinetic energy and there is no sharp movement of the water and taking of the topsoil when you are going against the slope in the making the rows. And the third and fourth most important thing, by loosening of the soil, you are giving an allowance for the seeds to grow its roots and the roots to grow further up easily into the soil going for various depths. This is the main purpose of the mulch, what we are doing. There is a thing, even from days immemorial or our ancestors, what they were doing, in between the two rows, what they would do, the first intercultivation would be done with a blade of this shape, this arrow of this shape, so that the front was limited to not more than an inch, and when it is going flat into the soil, this soil was turned backwards because the weeds of the 15-day, the roots of the weeds of the 15-day, 20-day weed will be very less. So we want them to just topple them backwards. You move this one, the weeds are toppled backwards. Because if you are using the regular arrows with 1, 2 or 3, whatever are the blades, if you are going to use that, what happens? Here the soil is diverted onto the rows. So when the weeds are small, if you are going to use something of this sort, the soil is put onto the small seedlings. What happened? As I told you earlier, these weed seeds are in the womb for the last 9 months. The moment they get the rains, they start and they grow away. But the seeds which you are bringing from outside, your finger millet, your green pea, chickpea, whatever it is, and you are going to debble it here, they take more time than to germinate than the weeds. So the weeds will be of much taller height when compared to the regular crops. That is when you deweed them using the blade arrow or the strip arrows. So by doing so, this is for the second one. Around 35-40 days we go for the second one, wherein the weeds which are left out and the other weeds grow to a much taller height. That is when you turn them up, and the soil, if you are seeing the rows, the soil is deposited like this. In the first one, the soil is just taken and it moves backwards. So you will just see the disturbance of the soil in the first weeding. In the second weeding, the soil is deposited to the rows. This one, what the ordinary farmer thinks is, this is to support the plant from falling down. Whenever we are going for field crops, please bear it in mind, we have to build a boundary wall. Earlier this was done by our forefathers. Now we are left out. What are the things? Here you will have pearl millet, Niger, then you have the sorghum, that is for cattle. You have, there is a very, this thing, now the quantity of carbon is more than 300 parts per million today, more than 440, 450 today. But even then, when they move out with a speed over the the leaves cannot sequester the carbon dioxide. They cannot take in the carbon dioxide. So when you create these windbreak walls, when you are building a live compound around, the wind is stopped here. Once they enter the thing, they will come with a lesser force and lesser speed. When they come with a lesser force and lesser speed, the convexness of the leaf, the wind will flow slowly and goes out. That is when the leaves get the maximum time to take the carbon dioxide, and the result of the photosynthesis will be in excess. So that's how we are going to create this windbreak wall. And also these windbreak walls, see, especially when you are going for castor, the semi-loopers are taken care of. Semi-loopers are very well taken care of by castor. And when you go for the sorghum and all, they are the sorghum, then your pearl millet and all, they are the place for all our predators, friendly insects which come here and take care of the others. So in between, whenever you are going, whatever is the intercrop, if the main crop is not maize, so you have to go for maize as an intercrop at a distance. These are the bird perches. You have to allow the birds to come and sit in your farm. And in between, these are all called the family rows. Always doing this one for the requirement of the family. So here we are taking the extraction of the nutrients and also the replenishment of these nutrients by these intercrops. 14 to 15 varieties would be here. Even today when we do our cropping, I plant minimum 14-15. We just dibble and leave it. As you told, no tillage, nothing. I don't do anything, just sow it, forget it. We don't do anything. Anybody can cut, take it later. Because most probably it goes for grain only. Because I don't spend money to cut it and all those things. We don't have the time also. So like this, you are going to create the intercrops and monocot, dicot, dicot, monocot, dicot, monocot. So like this, and creating the wind barrier walls in parts. It will give a very, very good result, and the results are really amazing. We are not telling something. So as I told you, there will be no drop in this thing. Cumulative yield will be more than the mono yield, and also the results will be much better. So in this, soil mulching is like this. Then we are going for the live mulch. Live mulch, once again what we saw is intercropping. Intercropping is the main thing of the live mulch. So what is the purpose of the live mulch? When we are talking about the live mulch, we are talking about various crops which are used as an intercrop, which has got varying root depths. So there can be much. So we are using the crops wherein the roots can be of varying depths. So they take the nutrients from varying depths. And also, by doing so, when they are decomposing, when the full maturity of the plant is over and you cut the mature plants, out of the thing, this decomposition of the root also will supply the nutrients to the soil, in turn to the microbes, and also there will be gaps wherever these roots are decomposed, making aerial roots the paths for water to enter and go deep into the resources. This is the first work of the But you have to take care here. Every monocot cereals are they require the highest level of sunlight. All your paddy, grasses, all the millets, bamboo, all this require the highest intensity of the sunlight. The mid 3 o'clock sunlight of the summer they require. The maximum this thing. If you do not give them that much thing, there will be only vegetation. You have seen when you are growing this fodder or when you are growing this maize or something in your arcanite and other things in the horticulture farms, what you see is there will be only vegetative growth, tall vegetative growth. They will never give out the flowers, they will never give out the pods, they will never give out the bunches, and they will, if at all they give out paddy, finger millet, everything, any bunch is formed, they will never mature. They will remain green for ages, because until the seed matures, the plant will not die. So, because you are covering the required sunlight, you can see this just here, there will be here. Now there is that Krushi castle something there, no? Opposite our guest house, you take a turn, there is the left one. You just go behind, by the side towards the guest house. You go inside, there is one coconut tree below. Just once you pass out the guest house, you see onto the right side, attached to the guest house wall, there are these coconut trees with pungamia at the bottom. There the coconut yield is too very good. You just pass, and by the side of that Krushi castle or something, Krushi castle, you go inside, in between the arcanite and the hostel building. You go there, at the back you can see one coconut tree which is below the shade. There is neem and other what names, botanical name I do not know. We call them the tangdi, sime tangdi, doddu. Below that they are there, and you cannot see that coconut tree which it is not at all grown. And on the right side, just behind the hostel, you can see one totally with lot of problems with the sheaths of the coconut, but the coconut yield is good there. So it is not covered by the thing. So like this, but there is lot of water, that total whatever water is drained by the farm, in the arcanite farm, comes and settles there. So it's getting that extra water, so it is in trouble. Here, pungamia, which is a leguminous nitrogen fixer, it is below, the yield is good, the plant is good. There it is covered by the thing, the plant is not at all grown. So here, the plant is not covered, but there is excess water, it is having a problem, but there are a lot of crops. So you can watch that one when you go there. So all these monocot cereals require the highest intensity of solar energy. So accordingly you have to place. So these things you can never go into your horticulture plots. You can always have them as the open field crops. All the other things, your pulses and all, you can take them inside. Pulses, vegetables, flowers, all these things you can take in horticulture plots, but not cereals and millets. Then it is the straw mulching. So anything you cover with the soil other than plastic, glass and iron pieces. Don't cover plastic, don't cover it with glass pieces. You can cover anything, human body also you can put it on top. So anything you can cover the soil